Hi everyone, welcome to Bunny Design. I thought I'd play in a little book of watercolours, which is getting chunky, and I've put one label on today. I wanted to work in the Colin Thompson colour book. Now I used this one, first page, with my little book of watercolours. So I've got in here my Derwent watercolour pencils. I've got the 72. I've got my Derwent ink tense pencils, and that's a single page. But I wonder if I could just maybe force that open here, because now it's getting chunky. I need to kind of label them. So we want Derwent. Watercolor on one side, and then on the other side I need to write on the other side. So if I put that one down here, I could put it on the plastic, or I could put it, if I can fix it down the back of here, I can cut some of this sticky off. Don't need it all, and slide that down there. I don't want to make it too much, but I can put that there. It's not interfering with anything. So I've got the Derwent watercolor that side, and when I'm at this side it says that the ink tents are at this side, so I can use my book from both ways. I'm going to stick that at the front when I've finished. I've not finished it yet. So I've got the ink tents, then I've got the Derwent Graphy tint, which I thought I might use for the next page. So this page I think I'm going to use the Graphy tint. So that one is the end of the Graphy tint, the end of the Derwent ink tents. So I've got Derwent, ink tents on one side. I'm just going to save that little bit of sticky that's here, because it could come in handy. Stick that at the back. I'll stick it somewhere. And then I've got Derwent. So I don't have Derwent, I have Color 2s. And some of my pages are original and some are new, so when they're original they do have a bit of sticky between them. So again, I'm going to cut a bit of them off. And that means I've got some more labels if I need them. Oopsie. It was Derwent Graphy tint, that's what I was going to do. So Derwent ink tones. I'll do that another time. But it's not all the pages are stuck in at the minute, but it's getting chunky. Oh, hi Kenny, hi San, Pat, welcome to Bunny Designs. Got a bit of a croaky voice today. So I've got a couple of labels. You see these aren't stuck in yet. When they're stuck in, they'll be about there. so at least they'll stick out. I don't really need them because I know roughly where things are, but it's just nice to have. So I haven't stuck the peerless in. Again, didn't get a chance yesterday to look at the ones that I've missed. I did put the Swiss ones in and the Prismalo watercolors, so I put those in, and I've got some silver ones somewhere. I haven't found the other graphite, the other Gansai Tambi watercolor. I've got a clue what I've done with it. But this is quite a nice page. I'll just pop that back on there because I know that I used it from my watercolor book. I did like the peerless for here, but I think I'm going to use the Derwent Graphite Tint because I love the grungy colours. There's 24 colours. And they're all kind of really muted. But when they're used, I think there is a video for this one. When they're used, they look like... I can't find the butterfly now. That's the Derwent. Excuse me, that's the Derwent Graphite Tint. And I do love those gorgeous colours. So we can see the port one is here, Storm. And the only red one we have is Autumn Brown. The other pinky red is port number 1. Excuse me. But you can see you've got all these variations of colours. I'm not sure how I did that. I don't know if I scratched it in. I can't remember. There is a video with that. So, oh, excuse me. If I don't stop coughing, I might have to give up. I've been so careful. And then last night I did a silly thing. They brought me 2 strawberries and a pear up. And I forgot to wash them. Because I didn't have them straight away. So, anyway, so I've got my number 1 brush. It's half full of water, so I'm sure it's going to be fine. I suppose this kind of page is one that you could possibly flick and swish and use. I might do that actually. I might use lots of different ones in it because it shows you how the book works. Oh, sorry guys, it might be a silent one. It might be a silent one. Because I can see some of these old ones being the grungy ones, but then I kind of like the idea of some vibrant greens. No, I think I might stick to the graphite tint and then you can see what it does. So I knew it was going to be chunky. It will sit when all the pages are in. But I think I might have to put a clip to hold them down. But I've only got 2 pages to flip. Because, oops, beg your pardon. So we've got port, juniper, aubergine, dark indigo, shadow, steel blue, ocean blue, slate green, grey green, meadow, ivy, sage, chestnut, russet, cool brown, cocoa, autumn brown, storm, warm grey, midnight black, mountain grey, cloud grey, cool grey, and white. Oh dear, excuse me. So again, the touch and go system. So you can see where I've used it here. So if I go on this bit here, it's going to be very, very strong. If I go here, I can get these colours. Oh, sorry, Sam. Did you say that it would look good if I used all different colours? excuse me, if this doesn't go away, I might have to just do a silent silent one. And again, when you look at this color here, you've no idea what it's going to do. And I actually originally was going to do the scratch and go method because I did find my Graphitint in here. So these are what the pencils look like. They're Derwent Graphitint 1 to 24. I've had them quite a number of years, but I've used them from my little book. But you can do the scratch and go method. You can scratch all day. Oh, hi, Pamela. Welcome to Money Designs. And the reason I put them with this is I have a lot of my pens in here and my drawing pencils. And I decided that because they were kind of a bit graphic, like dull grade, that I'd kind of like to use them in this particular set. This is a really nice set. You can get a book in this. It's got sleeves, and then at this side you can put a sketchbook. You can put a sketchbook in it to fit A4 quite easily. When you see them, they look like this. So it's the Derwent Carryall A4, so you can get an A4 in there. And at one point I had books in the other one and two sleeves in one, because you get one sleeve. And it will shut quite nicely. So you could have your pencils in here. And I think it says it holds 60. Let me have a quick look. It stores 68 pencils. So if you had a set of 1072, I would put my greys and my whites and my blacks in here. And that's how I set the other one up. I had them in here. And although it says 72, I put 4 greys and the black and whites in here, and then just had the colors in here. So if I was doing a monochrome thing with greys and blacks and whites, it was here. And that worked quite well. So you can get a set of Derwent pencils in here if you just pop. I had the main colors in here, the browns there and the blacks and greys, because I don't use them very often. So that's what it looks like. It's the A4 carry folio. And again, if you just want to keep that with your sketchbook, if you wanted this in here, you would probably have to maybe take that out and half that, so it's only half as thick. But maybe your book wouldn't be as thick as mine, in which case it would probably go in there. But it's a lot easier to use the pencils in this way. Again, the reason these are popping out is because they're not stuck in. I've only stuck the Graphitint in. And possibly this afternoon, I'm going to attempt to put these hydras onto photo paper. So I'm going to see if I can get them to stick to that. And I've put the book away now. A bit silly. Whoopsie. With a cold. That's not particularly good. So we've got some really nice, in fact, I haven't done a color swatch for these, so I'm going to do it over the top of there purely because I've lost the other side. So this is how, when you put on your squares, this is how you do your grey, and then obviously I'm not going to bother with the white because you can't see it, but cool grey. It's almost like a gunmetal. So it doesn't look like I've done the others either. And I've covered that up now, so you do need this color gauge with with this, because you can't tell by just looking at the colour. You do need this colour guide. And I've used sage quite a lot. I do like the sage. It's an olive colour. So at least now we can see. I can't believe I've not done this. I don't know why. The chestnut is the only ready one. Apart from the port, which is a pinky red. So we've no vibrant colours here. These are the real grungy colours, but they're just amazing. I did the Christmas Joanna Basford, the cuckoo clock in the graphic tint. I did the butterfly. And I just can't think what else I did. You see, Autumn Brown is a red as well, and Storm is a purple. But just by looking, you can't always tell what they are, so you do need this colour guide, because you look at this and you realise you can get these colours. I've drunk the tea. I need some more tea. I might have to go make myself a cup of tea. So I kind of like this thing now. Some doors seem that they're going to be old and brown, and then other doors are quite modern. So again, probably start that way and work down. So we've got quite a modern one. That's a light. We've no yellow here. We've got a couple of grungy greens, and that's it. The lightest green is ivy here. So we don't have anything to show light through like we normally use a yellow. Let me just get this one out again. I'm just wondering if I did do that. Let me just test. I'm pretty sure this is graphic tint, but I'm going to test it. So this is quite good. These are acid-free 140 GSM, extra wet strength, sea white of Brighton. These are, you can do a lot of watercolouring in these. I don't need much of a space. So I'll take the port, and you can see what it will do. See if this is aubergine. I think I might have scratched the colour on these and then done it. There's a dark indigo. Ocean blue. Yes, I'm pretty sure that this is the graphic tint. Of course, when you scratch it with the pencil, so we'll find this one is aubergine. So when you scratch with a pencil and then you manipulate it, you're going to get a stronger colour. So if we put that near there, so potentially that's what you can get. I don't know why I didn't do that one. But there's a reason I didn't do that, and I can't remember now. Excuse me. So we put them back, and there's only 24, so they kind of don't break the bank. And I don't think there's anything really like it unless you do the grunge method. If anybody's got any questions. So I'm going to get my little sponge back, which I had it a minute ago. I did have my little sponge a minute ago, but I was going to look at I bought some stencils some vintage stencils, and I was going to do a colouring, a doodling and colouring, but I'll do that another day because I think I wanted to crack on with this one. So we've got a bit of a colour guide here. So we've got a door, so we might do that, possibly the ivy again, which is a little bit brighter than meadow. So pick up some colour, and where Kirby has kind of now, remember that the more you use, the bigger the spaces, the more you're going to use. So if I was going to do a big page, I probably would use the pencils, because I'd like my little book to just do smaller spaces like on the butterfly. But you can probably see in real time how much colour is in this particular square. Bearing in mind the ones I showed you the other day. Got some beautiful pale colours here. And then I'm going to go in the middle where I want it light. Oh, I'll go in the dark first. To come down. These just melt. They are really well behaved. They do melt. They do melt beautifully. Put a bit more dark shadow down there. Again, we don't want to rub too much because it's a bit thicker, this paper, in the Colin Thompson colour book, but it's not watercolour pencil, so sorry, watercolour paper. But we can get quite a nice grungy effect. Now, I have made these colours from ordinary paints. I might do that with the set I've got, so I might just show how we can make these colours from a normal set. And again, just manipulating that across. I don't think actually that, I think that might be a different colour, so we'll go for grey green. We'll just put this around the edges, and again, you don't have to do too much of this because it's a grayscale, so all the hard work's been done for you. So I kind of like that. It's very grungy. Oh, bye, Pamela. Enjoy your walk with Bella. Woo woo woos. We had a bit of an Alfie cam yesterday, but I think he's downstairs today. So I think I'm going to leave that plain because I don't have anything that kind of, I haven't decided what to do with the daylight. I think that's the only one with daylight. In which case we could cheat and put a bit of yellow in it if we wanted to. But we'll see what we get on. So there's this colour next. So we've got cocoa. And again, because the grayscale's been done for us, these are not going to be in-your-face colours. These are going to be kind of nice, soft colours, just a hint of colour. So we've got red here, and I think autumn brown is the readiest one. So we'll keep that one for brick. So we can have a darker brick down here. Again, Kirby's done quite a lot of work for us. And if we go back here, where it's already been used, it's not as strong. which is always good. And then we need a little door. So we could have a dark indigo little door here. So it's kind of like putting a grayscale on a grayscale. And again, they just melt. They're really well behaved. And then we possibly go a bit darker inside. Again, not rubbing too much because we don't want to scrub the page, but they behave very well. They're not going to go through. So again, we've got this frame of wood, so we have to pick a wood that we like. Let's have a look. I think I've used cocoa there. Cool brown, I think, would be a nice colour. So the cool brown probably will disappear altogether today. I will use quite a lot of this because it's going to be a big colour. And the other way to do that is to take the pencil and use it off the pencil. But as I say, normally we wouldn't have a lot of one colour. We could mix and match. So after, you couldn't do it today, but after a couple of days, you could go back over this with the pencil to fill it back up again, kind of thing. But you couldn't do it today because this paper is wet, and if you rub anything on this paper, it'll disintegrate. If you leave it till it's a couple of days so it's completely dry, you then can just scratch over the top and revamp it. So now I've got a stable door, so I've got kind of got this. The slate is a nice colour. I think I'll use slate on that one. Ocean blue is quite blue, but I think this is going to be a definite brown. So the autumn brown we've used for here, and it's almost a pinky up here. But if we used it down here for a darker colour, it would be nice. But I think I'm going to use chestnut. I kind of like this colour down here for this particular one. So we'll leave all the metal. We'll leave all the metal and just gently scratch. And again, this is another really easy colour book. It's most of the work's done for us. It's just a case of pick a colour and you're away. So again, and this little brush, as long as you just use the tip, I'm only using the first 10-15 millimeters to make sure that I'm not activating too much water. And if we do it in strips, we can get a definite wood effect. And then when it's really dark, but most of the work's been done, so even if you have a flat color, it's fine. But this kind of just accentuates it a bit and just exaggerates what we're already doing. There's no real point cleaning the brush because they're all going to be grungy. I think the cool brown, I'll do that top one. And again, I've left all the ironwork, all the nuts and bolts and all the hinges and all the locks and the doorknobs. I've kind of left because I'll do those last. I think I like the cool brown one. It looks, does look a little bit kind of metally, but we've got some beautiful greys here to do those, so we can use those. So I've tried to put a page between every single one in here, and it's still okay to flick, because obviously the logistics of it is the more you put in, the fatter it's going to be, but we can still touch and go, so it still works. So I think I said cocoa. Did I say cocoa? I think I said cocoa for this. Did I say cocoa? Or was it cool brown? I think it was cool brown, actually, now thinking about it. I'll just do this wooden frame inside here. I think it might have been cool brown that I chose. You see, the memory's gone completely. Yeah, it's cool brown because it's got the bigger space. So I'm just gently picking it up as I go along. So you probably find you will use all of this because it is a big space. So it's not designed to go do a huge watercolor outside. It's designed just to do a few, and that's why sometimes I like to flick and use different colors, because obviously your colors last longer because you're not doing one particular one, whereas here I am using just one square of color. But I mustn't re-scratch color onto here now because it's wet, and that will just destroy it. So I can't do that. So I just have to put that onto there. So I think I might have to make myself a drink in a second, guys, because my throat's going a bit. Could you shut my door, please? No. Yeah, my voice is going full cold. That's not good, is it? But we'll go there. Again, I'm using autumn brown to go into here to do these red brick. It is quite pinky, that red brick, actually, but that's what we need. I've got another door there, so I like the browns. I might keep the greys for other things. I'm just kind of flicking about at the minute, so I kind of like that. Yeah, we've only got 24 colours, but they are really nice colours. So we've got shadow, which is a green. So just, and I think again that's a door frame, so you can put that on there, and we can just put, I'm going to leave that for the minute. I'm leaving all the insides for the minute, the curtains, just doing the outsides. Again, I think that could be a solid door, so I'm going to guess and just put that one in as a solid door. We've got blue steel, we've got slate green, grey green. So we've had ivy, which is quite pale. I think we'll use we've got an aubergine, which is a purpley one, but I like the more modern doors to have the more modern colours. So this one, I think I'll do slate green. I don't think I've got slate green. Oh, sorry, grey, green grey. So again, here would be darkest, and here would be darkest, and then pick up the colour, and then if you manipulate it down here we get a natural bottom one and the middle one as well. I've left the doorknob, and then because I've got a flat surface, if you can see that's flat, so if I put it to the flattest bit and go down that middle, this brush is really good for that. I haven't twisted it to a point, I've just flattened it by doing that, and then it's given me a real fine point, so I can do a fine line. I think we could do that a different colour. Let me have a look. And that's kind of a shutter colour, so steel blue might go quite well. And again, start where it's darkest, stroke down, pick up some more colour, start where it's darkest. Again, this is a really simple, fairly quick way to work. We're not mixing colours, we're not picking up pencils and putting them down. It's just pick a colour, touch and go. And I'm not rushing it, it's just a steady pace. And your brush might go dry a bit, so just squeeze it a little bit. And then when we get to activate it, and when it's not too wet, go back and carry on. The brush will go dry a little bit because we're not activating the top. So after a few minutes, you might have to just squeeze it a little bit. So I quite like that. I'm not sure what I'm going to do with these, so I'm going to leave them. I've missed the top edge of the colour, which was cool brown. So go back in. Now really I should turn the book. I should turn the book really, because it's a lot easier to do that. So pick up some colour, and then I'm going to take that, and I may as well do the whole lot, and it's done then. Go back, pick another little bit of colour up. I think I'll just do one page because otherwise it'd be so boring. I might just do one page because, as I say, it would be terribly boring to watch 3 hours of this. But I might do another page after I've done this one page. So again, I'm trying to do a page at a time, and this isn't, I haven't done this particular page in the other book. So I've now got some more. Again, my brush is a little bit dry, so give it a little squeeze, but not too much. Too much and you get a lot of colour. So you can go all around the edges if you want to first, and then you know you're not going to drop a boo-boo, as I often do. Or you can do it section by section. Again, we can't go too wet. There's about 2 layers of pencil on here, maybe 3 layers. So scratch one way, scratch another way, and on the third scratch you'll probably start to see a little bit of dust, and that's when you stop. You get about 3 coats, which is quite a lot, really. Quite a lot of paint. If you see what I'm doing here, normally you wouldn't use a brown this much unless you're doing a bigger page. And if you wanted to do a bigger page with one color, then get your extra wet strength, and or you can use, you need to use a color. Watercolor paper, you can get a nice color, but it soaks in. But if you were just doing one particular thing, scratch some on some good quality sketchbook paper and use that square to save this. So what I could do today is, again, this is the 99p It's 148 by 210 millimeters, which is our A5. And it's got extra wet strength. I think this is a new, it's not quite a new one. So to save this here, I'm going to get number 15 out, which is cool brown. And I'll probably scratch. So if you see, this is what this is here. You scratch the color like that. You scratch the color like that. And then when you go back the third time, you can see dust. So you know that's the right amount of color. I haven't put too much on there, actually. I'm just going to pick the dust up because I don't want to waste it. So now I've got this color here. It's going to save my little book. And that's only because there is a lot of this color. Now, if you were going out with your little book of watercolors, you might say to yourself, right, I want to color this page, but I'll leave the frames till I get home. And then I've got the pencil at home. So you don't have to do the frame first. I'm just doing it because I always make a boo-boo. So your little book would work if you decided to kind of do this last bit at home, and it wouldn't be too much of a drastic thing to do the drawing, sorry, do the page and leave the frame. But if you want to use a lot of one color, then your little book will take a bit of a batting. It's designed for little areas, really, but if you use lots of different colors, we can stand that. I did the whole page with the green when I did the roses, and I used quite a lot up, but it was a full page of the roses. So that's another way you can do it, is to scratch a little bit of color. So what I might do now is, if I forget cool brown and use all the other colors, I'll come back to that last. So we've got a door within a door within a door. So this one is kind of quite dark, but mountain grey has just got a little bit of warmth in it. So we're just going to put a little bit of warmth in there. When you put different water-based mediums on your extra wet strength paper, you will notice there is a difference. So the Neocolor 2s, you get quite a fat layer. The pencil's a bit thinner, but the stronger the color, the more you get. So the Peerless, obviously, the Neocolor 2s work really well because it's waxy, and you get a bit thicker, like the paints that I've been taking. Oh, I put them in the sun, actually. I wonder if they're drying out. I mean, as I say, it's designed to go out and sketch if you want to, or use it for colouring. But you can't do big spaces for obvious reasons. You know, you can't just make it and go, well, that didn't work. And this is quite a big space as well, when you consider you are working from a small square. And the other thing you can do, if you've just got the 72 pen, 72 is to do the whole page one color. So if you've only got the Derwent watercolor pencils, do a whole page of one color and fill your book up that way. So that looked quite dark, and it's warmed itself up a little bit now. If I do half of it, you can see what the other half looks like that's not been done. And I've done that quite dark because I wanted it to stand out. So that's been done and that one hasn't. Oh, hi, Melody. Welcome to Funny Designs. Melody says, how many copies? I've only got two. I've only got two. And I say I was naughty because I skipped pattern. I skipped certain pages. So I don't think I coloured that one in. I started it and I forgot. I think that's Inktense. This is my problem. If I don't write notes, I forget what I'm doing. That's Inktense pencils from the paper palette. So they're a little bit paler. And I think the other one I scratched colour on, that's the watercolour pencil. That looks like near colour too. That looks like scratch and go. So I scratched it all in, and then I did that. Don't know what that one is. So I made a bit of a boo-boo of this. That was pastel pencils, but with my asthma being a bit bad, I can't finish that one. These were the pastels, I think. That's the watercolor pencils, but scratching big areas. I scratched it first, then I manipulated it with a damp brush, so you don't get any buckling at all when you do that. This is pastel, and this is where I have actually rubbed them in, blended them. So the other way it wasn't. This is when I've put the pastel down and then blended it with a very hard blender. But again, I love the colors, but I can't do that because it's the dust and the blending. You've got to really nip and rub, and I just can't do that. This is Inktense, and I put some sparkles, some stickles on the on there. So that's Inktense pencil, and it looks like I've used the color book, my little book of watercolors, but there is a video on all these, so I might have to watch some of the videos to find out how I did it. So I decided I wasn't going to do that. I was going to start at the beginning, but I thought if I did 2 pages it would be very boring. This is about 3 hours. This one's going to be about 3 hours. Yes, Melody, you need to start colouring because it's good for therapy, is colouring. So we've done that side, and then I'm going to do the other side. So again, it's quite a big space, is this. I think it's one of the biggest doors. So and this is the mountain grey, so it's going to be quite dark as it is anyway. It's not going to be the brightest. So this one almost disappears. So we had a bit of an Alfie cam yesterday, but I'm not sure he's going to come up. See what happens. My daughter can go back to work on Friday, which is good in one way, but I'm really frightened in another. But hey ho, we just have to take the rough with the smooth. She started her job 2 weeks ago in a care home, and as if because she had a funny cough, but she's not been ill, so it was a false alarm, so that's good. I'm still in quarantine though, although having said that, I've got a cold off somebody because somebody's been near me, so I think I shall have to put my foot down again and say stop coming in the room and walking about. I like that little door there, so I think I might just do that, the portcullis, because I like the idea of this being a bright little door. And now I've got enough on there to go all the way around, and that gives a natural highlight on the frame of the door. And we possibly could have Let's have another warmish colour. Sage is quite nice. We'll do this one, sage. And again, it's a very, very simple way to work, is this. And it's, if you've got a darkish bit, we'll start there. And you're just stroking once, really. You've got to be a bit careful. This frame is going to be slightly different. But most of the work's been done. And now we've got this arch. So I'm thinking more of not a pinky brick, but an orangey brick. But of course, we don't have any of those. So the cool brown comes back into its own because it's here. Cocoa's quite nice. Have a look at the other ones. These are green. These are more blue and green. Shadow is again bluey, and then these are kind of, the juniper one looks quite nice, but it's not a stone color. So I think we'll have to pick. I do want a pale color there. Probably chestnut, but no, it's going to have to be a cool grey. Let's have a look. Cloud grey. Yep, I'm going to pick cloud grey, so it's not going to be a warm stone, it's going to be a cool stone. So if we go like that and then like that, we should have a difference. Although, as I say, because this is a grayscale, so we'll do these first, and then the colour will be diluted enough to give us the grayscale we want. And this one. So we can work possibly dark out to get a bit of a stone effect. I can really should turn the page upside down, but it's working. And if you try to do each stone individually, each stone will be slightly different and it will look a bit more kind of rustic. And if it does disappear to nothing, then that's fine, because obviously so I think we shall have mountain black, I think, and perhaps not. I've got mountain black. Sorry, I've got, yes, mountain black on here. So now I need to find something that's dark. I think I'm going to do this. And this little man here, I think I've done that one. It looks quite metally, that one. And so I've done that one. I haven't done this one, so we can have let's have a look. We'll have a slate green for the little flap, the little dog, and I can have the sage colour because I think it's quite warm. Is this? So I'm going to have to hold that down. To go around the little dog, and then bring that dark colour down to a natural highlight. I haven't got much of a highlight for this here. It's a grayscale, so most of it's done. And because these are transparent, they're very, very pale see-through. These colours, we're not losing any of the original drawing, which I think you do if you use a stronger colour and go over, you will lose a lot of the grayscale. But because these are really, really pale, you can get away with that. So I'm just going to go that bit darker there. It looks like I haven't done that one, but I'm sure I did. And that's a cool grey. So I'm just going to see if I can go over that one. So we need some more bricks up here. And I think I'll go back. I think I'll keep all the bricks. Although it's not really a brick, it's a stone, isn't it? So it's, I've got a bit of red on here now. So I've got some red on here. So I've got to try and get rid of this red. And you do this little thing here. So again, sometimes you make a mistake, pick the wrong colour up. So I've used it somewhere else. So I still need to do these bricks. So I hope everybody's holding on. Thanks for stopping by, guys. Hope everybody's having a good natter. Decisions. I'm going to have to keep it. Do it a warm grey. So we'll see what we can do. And then sometimes just getting rid of that stark white is enough. And we end up with highlights. I've got a bit of wood down there, so I think I'm going to use the cocoa for the wood. So I have this tour. I don't think I've done this tour. So we could have Storm, which is kind of quite a nice dull purple, kind of almost an aubergine colour, but it's been graphite, got graphite in it, so it's dull. And we can just very carefully extend that down so we get just that hint of colour, and I think that's quite nice. Originally I thought about doing them, in fact I might do that with the other one. I've just decided. I think the other one I'm going to do I think the other one I'll do lots of different colours, because the Graffy Tint and the Peerless kind of hold their own. They're completely different than the other two. You can get away with kind of mixing them, but this one is such a vibrant colour. It's such a dull colour. So I've done that one. I quite like this. Is again another colour. I think I'm going to do this russet. So I hope this isn't too boring, guys. Just poddling along, and this is what's going to keep us sane, I think, is just and going out of your comfort zone. You know, I didn't color this page out the first time. I just picked and choose the colors, the pages that I like the best, and I think sometimes it's quite nice to get out of your comfort zone and do pages you don't particularly like, because you can then experiment. You can experiment if you want to. I think I'm going to do that a different color at the back. And again, it's just a hint of color, but it's enough. It's just enough to give it a really nice feel. I hope the colors are coming through. I hope they're showing through on the video. So thanks for popping by. Hope everybody's hanging on in there. I did have a look at a couple of colouring apps, but it was more like for Zentangle and things like that. So where we could, on our tablets and our iPads, we can kind of do a little bit of what I would call mindless colouring. So you just do, it's a doodle, because this is quite nice, but I am actually thinking about it a little bit. I think we'll make our doggy a little brown doggy just to take the colours off. So I've got kind of an iron door here, so I think I could grunge this one up quite nicely. This one, you know, is a bit of a grungy door, this. And of course, if we do that, we can go around this sign. And we're going to go back to the middle bit, so we're not picking up too much colour. We've got a little bit. I kind of like that. And we can just give him a bit of colour as well. So that's going to be the cool brown. This one's going to be, again, I want a warm colour, already in a pinky. So I think dark indigo would be quite nice there. So again, do the middle bits first. It's quite a modern door, is this? So we're going to keep up with this fairly strong colour. So I don't know if anybody else is colouring this book. This is the Colin Thompson Fantastique. I think it's still about £10 to buy. I haven't bought it for a while. I bought it, I think I bought it last year. So now we need to go back into here where it's not too strong. And just pick up a little bit of colour. So if you rub too much on here as well, it will disintegrate. we get some little bits which we don't really want. So we just really want to stroke the colour off there, really. I do have a letterbox there, but I think I might just leave that. Just missed a bit there. So down here, that's more metal, so we can go with the cool greys. Again, I don't think we're going to see much difference because it's a cool grey anyway, but I'm going to just put that into there. And the tiniest hint of warm there. Oh, thank you, Pamela. She says she's not done, she's got the book, but not done that's the book, Colin Thompson colouring book. And I originally got this as a screen lots and lots of years ago when my children were little. They bought me the laptop cover years ago. We used to put covers on our laptops, and this is one, and I do have it somewhere, but I don't know if I've put it somewhere. It's lost a lot of its sticky now. And then it's actually a jigsaw. It's a jigsaw as well. And it's the books. I think he brought the jigsaws out. Is the books. But yeah, I love books. So it's kind of my thing more than doors. Although there is a jigsaw out of Irish doors, and again, that's what's inspired me to take this other one and possibly do. I think I'm going to tell myself I must. Oh, I've started already. That looks a bit like Inktense. So I might write myself a little note to do brighter colours in that one. And do the flick through the book. So I'm flicking through the book and picking different colours, but probably the Graphitint and maybe not the palest, because I think the other colours are bright enough. The other colours are really bright and kind of pale as well. So I've got a lot of scope without using the two extremes. So the Graphitint is kind of the dullest and the palest is the brightest. But I've got quite a few in between as well. Oh, thank you, Melody. Thank you. The problem is I can't remember what I did. No idea what I did. I've missed that little one up here, so I think again I'm going to have a bit of a cool on there. And then have kind of introduce a little bit of colour coming down. Got that dreaded crease again in there. So I think I like that. That's done. So I've done all that section and I've got this little bit down at the bottom to do. So again, I like the russet for natural wood. I think it's kind of a really nice woody colour. Just give it a little bit of a tiny bit of a squeeze. If it's drying up, it will dry up eventually because we're just not activating it enough. So we do have to give it a bit of a squeeze. And this book is forgiving. You can be a little bit wetter in this book than you can the others. So again, that's quite good. I think I want ocean blue for this store. This store. And because it's tiny, I probably am going to get most of it done on there. So thanks for watching, guys. Thanks for watching our YouTube. If you've got any comments, sometimes I waffle quite a lot. Today will be a bit quieter because the voice is a bit croaky. And then I need another woody kind of colour, but this one I think I'm going to do slate green. So I'm going to do those the darkest. So this little brush is very good for, and it might go a bit astray at the edges, but it's still quite good. I can still get a flat edge, and then I can still get a flat edge, and then go back where it's a little bit, because you can't rub too much. I've got a funny feeling that this isn't extra wet strength paper. I think I just used the cheap sketchbook paper, and that's why it's bubbling up, because the others don't do it. So I've got a funny feeling that when I revamped it, I used an ordinary sketchbook paper, not extra wet strength, because I'm getting bubbles, fluffy bubbles and bits of paper, which I wouldn't have expected. So I might have made a boo-boo. But again, that's why I say you must use extra wet strength if you do not want. If you want your pages to last a long time. If you've only got a good quality sketchbook, well, that's fine. You just do it in squares, and that means that when you can get the right paper, you can, and the individual squares kind of wear out, you can replace them in the squares. Then you're not wasting a whole page then. So that's how, and that's what I did originally. I did that originally so that I wouldn't have to. But what I found was that the extra wet pages lasted such a long time that it didn't matter how many times I wet them and used all the colour, I could refix them. So we've got another colour here. So again, just like normally, once you start, you have to kind of keep going. It's a little bit like that here, because you don't want a line. But as you see, when you touch these pencils, they just melt. Now, I'll show you what happens if you touch the pencil. This is cool brown. So cool brown is what we're doing the edge with, but I will do in cool brown. If you touch the edge of this, if I can get it wet, what you will see, it's a lot stronger. You get a lot more colour. They are very creamy. They're very buttery once they are wet. And I didn't go around the outside of this one, did I? So start there, go down. Again, try and break the big spaces up so we're not rubbing too much, because it's still a colour page. It's not watercolour paper. And just pale down the middle there. So you've got to be a little bit careful. And then if we go across like that, we should have enough just to do that one. And you learn how to do that by doing a colour page. So it's very, very pale. If it's showing up, it's really pale. But I kind of like it. So I've got the edges to do with the cool brown. Now we've got some books, so again we can use these sage green colours here for the books, and then we'll have all those the same because it's a set. And normally sets of books are the same. Then we've got a grey green. Sage, we've got two of these the same. And we could put these two the same. A sage colour. I've got aubergine. Shadow is another colour. Of course, for books, these are perfect because they're very muted colours, so they're perfect for books. Just do that one there. And we can do this section here. It's a bit difficult when it's upside down, but just make sure that one's, and then this one should be put as well. So I've got some really nice colours there, and then these are quite pale, these. So meadow is the brightest green we've got. And then we'll have ocean blue down that one, and aubergine on that one. So that didn't take as long as I thought it would. Oh, hi, Suzanne. Hi, Suzanne. Anybody else popping in? Hi, Darla. Anybody else I've missed? Welcome to Bunny Designs. I'm having it in the Colin Thompson watercolour book with my little book of colours, and I'm using the Graphy Tint. This is the Derwent Graphy Tint, which is a set of 24. And you see them like this. Now, they have got some other pencils out, but these are Graffy Tint. I'm not sure if they're still available, but they're just really, really gorgeous muted colours. So I wanted to do this second page in those, but in the other book I think I might do them the bright colours, and do a demonstration of how I use the book when I use different. I pick a colour, I use it, and then I'll flick to somewhere else and use another colour. And that's the beauty of the book, is you can have all these yummy colours out, but you can't physically have them all out in reality. But you can when you've got this book. I haven't fixed these in yet because I didn't get a chance to put them. I did put the Caran d'Ache ones in, and the Neos, the Neo ones, but not the. I haven't sorted out which ones are missing out of the Peerless, because I've got some missing, and I'm a bit obsessed about full. I'm not the only one. I know about having a full set, and I think sometimes, like the Peerless, they're so gorgeous that yes, you can allow yourself the full set. Oh, Samantha says someone was asking about the colour book. Got any questions? Pop them in caps, and then I know you're chatting to me. So I've been all the way around. The edge I'm going to do in cool brown. See, I've used a quarter of it, so I'm going to use it on a little pad. So I've scratched 3 times, once that way, once that way, and once that way. And that's how I make the squares. If you want a big square, I used to use a ruler and make a big square, and then use it. And then you can't see any white bits in between. These are a little bit crumblier than, say, the Neos. You can see the old Neos. You can tell the ones that discontinued, because these are the ones that they're not quite as thick as some of the other ones. You see, these are the vintagey ones, and there's a real good covering on those, probably even a millimetre. But the obscure ones, the paler ones, the silver and the gold, there isn't. No, Darla, it's a photo book. This is why, if you're cutting plastic, one, it's a pain, and the other one, it's not as easy. This is a photo album, and I got a real cheap one from the range. I think it was a couple of pounds. Oh, there it is. So this one was a couple of pounds, because I thought, oh yes, I'm going to see if I can get a lot of colours. But I hated the plastic. It was cheap and nasty. It was only a couple of pounds. But I stopped using the book. So this one is the original one. This is what I used originally. I used photocopy paper for the pages and stuck squares on that I'd scratched. And then I kind of ended up putting extra ones in here. Every pocket had extra ones, and I split the spine. I folded the spine extra so that it was thicker. I had a thicker spine. But you can use vintage ones, and the plastic is nice. If you can feel the plastic, the plastic is nicer, and the plastic is nicer in the paper chase ones. This is £1.50. The other ones are thicker, but the plastic's nice. So when you put it down there, you can actually use it. I used it as a palette, so it's nicer, and it's already done for you. All you've got to do is to cut your. There's about 4 videos of how I make the book. You just cut the paper lengthways or sideways, depending on how you, some do photos in that way, and some do it that way. So depending on which way around it is, I then cut each one out. So I've cut mine, and I've got that nice plastic between. There's a couple that I haven't. So this one, this is one I haven't cut. This one. So you would put a photograph in there, and a photograph in there. So there's plastic between. So you put 2 photographs in here. So if you see, there's another bit of plastic in here. So I've cut down the side and cut the top, and that's given me 3 pages. So 2 pages are thin. So let's have a look at the first one. So the first one, so I've got photocopy paper and I've got other papers. So oops, I stuck that one in. So that's what one. I'll get one that's not stuck in. Let's have a look. So we've got that one. That's the inside. So that's where you'd put your photograph, and then you put the other photograph in there. But I've cut down here and sliced it across the top. So I've got the thickest plastic that was in the middle hidden, and 2 pieces of plastic on either side. And that's given me an extra 3 pages. What I do have to do is stick a double-sided, you see that this wouldn't work because I'd have to take that off and then stick that here. So I've got plastic at one side and plastic at the other. But this particular paper chase one, it worked really well because this is photocopy paper. So I had, if you can imagine, because I stuck extra ones in this one, that's why it was fatter. So this is the original one. So this is a piece of photocopy paper. That's a piece of photocopy paper. So I cut it that way and then scored it. So then I've got one of these is on one. Now I normally just do one. So imagine that's just one piece of photocopy paper cut that way, which is our A4. And then I stuck colour on 2 sides, and then this bit would slide in. And this was the easiest way. Now, because I was a bit greedy, I then stuck plastic in between to give me more colours. So I could then put that one in the same slot. It's a bit stiff because it's only really wanting a photograph. So now I've got a colour, plastic, and colour, and then the original plastic. So I got double in mine, and I used the Polly Pockets, not Polly Pockets. I always call them Polly Pockets. Polyview, the cheap Polyviews, and I pulled them out of the edge and then I stuck them in. So then these would go in, and I would put extra pages in. So that's how I got the extra pages, by doing that. So, and the pages were quite good. So this is quite nice, this plastic, and it worked quite well. But I decided that I wanted a fatter book. I wanted to try and get 1,000 squares, which will give me 1,000 colours. And that particular one wasn't big enough, so I tried it in here, and then I haven't touched this for a year, so it's obvious that I really didn't like this plastic. So again, I cut them apart. So that's an original middle, and this is where you would put your photograph. You'd put one photograph in there and one in there, but I cut them open to give extra pages. But obviously I didn't like the plastic, so I didn't use the book for a long time. So I decided that this is well, off this one. I've got one somewhere. I had one near. It's 150, so it's paper chase, but it's 150. Sorry, it holds 100 photographs. This is a vintage one, and this one I've done full two pages, two colours to a page, and this one has really nice plastic because the vintagey ones were made a bit better. So that's the middle, and that's where you would have put the photograph. And the reason I've done this is for the Bible journaling, because when I was flicking through this, when I was flicking through, I always flicked through the Derwent watercolors. Do not go through your Bible pages if you use a very barely damp rigger. But I was occasionally flipping onto the ink tints, and they do go through. So the only pencils, the water-based pencils that don't go through a Bible page, are the Derwent watercolors. And I kept flipping, moving across. So I decided that just for the Derwent watercolor pencils, I would make a little book that would go in the Bible journaling book, little case I have with all the Bible pages and all the Bibles I have that I'm coloring, I'm journaling in. That would be perfect for that. It's small and it's got all the colors I need, so I can still do that, and there isn't a risk of going onto a stronger color. I found another blue one. Bear with me. I might have to make a coffee, guys, in a minute. Throat's getting a bit I can't find that one that's got 150. Might have put it somewhere. It's definitely got to be here somewhere. I had it this morning because I tidied up. That's probably why. So this one is the paper chase, but instead of having, but as I say, what I've done is I've taken that plastic, and it's nice plastic. So when you're flicking, it's not getting creased, which it was in the other one. So when I'm flicking through them, all those colors are protected by a plastic in between. And it's just a nicer case. I do prefer this. It's the strongest, and it doesn't actually get buckled at all, so it sits quite nicely. Yes, well, I think that originally I got the idea. Jenny Belly did it when she did a travel book, but about 20 years ago, I have a DVD on Colin, oh, I've forgotten his Clark. I've forgotten his name. It's Colin something, and he did beautiful professional watercolors with his Derwent watercolor pencils. But he said that when he went out sketching, at the back of his sketchbook he would sketch squares of colors, so that when he was out, he left the pencils at home, and he made the squares, and so he could do a watercolor sketch but leave the pencils at home. So really, I can't remember his name now. He used to work, and he used to demonstrate at the Rexall Pencil Company, which was the Derwent Pencil Company. So that's why I said this is Derwent's idea. They must own the idea because they own the video. And that's where I got the idea. And the reason for the squares was when we had the peerless, because peerless come in these, one of the sets comes in these big ones. So again, the squares came from cutting them up and using them. And then I thought, well, why don't I put all of my things in? The Gansai Tambi watercolors, all my water-based pencils, because I couldn't carry, when I used to go to the model shows, I could not carry all these things with me, but I could take this. So I had a water brush, and I had my color book, and there's lots of photographs and videos about coloring with my travel watercolor book. I got 600 and some in it, but I'm hoping with these extra few pages, I'm going to take it to 1,000. So if I can get 1,000 colors, squares of good quality water-based products, then I can get 10,000 colors, because every square gives 10 shades. So there'll be 10,000 colors in here. And physically, you cannot get all your colors out. So the lovely thing is you can use a nice color from the Neos, and then you can flip to the Peerless. You can flip and think actually a nice green in the Neocolor 2s, but actually I quite like one of the oranges and yellows in the Derwent Ink 10s. And if you had all your Ink 10s pencils out and you had your 120 Neocolor 2s out and you had your 72 Derwent watercolor pencils out and your 60 pages of, because the page come in the book like this, so you have a little booklet with the watercolor peelers. You then have the Gansai Tambi watercolors, which are like this, which every time I open it I drop it. You couldn't physically, you wouldn't want to get those out and then get the others out, but this gives you the opportunity to mix them. Then there's 36 Prismalo watercolors. There's 72. There's, I've only got 36. There's 36 Swiss, I think, the Caran d'Ache watercolors. They're in there as well. There's the Gansai Tambi watercolors. I'm putting some other colors in as well. So I'm hoping to get 10,000 colors in here. And again, the idea is you have one system, touch and go. You can take a sketchbook, you can take a color book, you can take your mandalas and your Zentangles and color those in, and you've got all these colors with a brush. And you can do this anywhere. I've done it at hospital. That's when I did with my husband when he had his stroke. I had to go sit with him, and we weren't sure it was a stroke at that time, but we were on the stroke ward, so there was none of this going on. Couldn't do pencils, couldn't pick up pencils, couldn't make a noise, but I used the touch and go system, and I did it one-handed. I held my husband's hand to calm him down. I sat in my wheelchair next to the bed, and I was just doing this with the touch and go system, and it's one of my favorite pages, and it proves this touch and go system is not stressful, because as I say, if you get your Gansai Tambi watercolors out, they're all over the floor. If you pick your pencils up, you're bound to drop one, or you've got to sharpen one, and there's just mess. And this touch and go system keeps you really calm, and it really does keep you calm. And as I said, I did it on the stroke ward, and all the nurses were coming to see what I was doing, and they couldn't believe how calm I was, which kept my daughter and my husband calm. And yet it was silent. It was completely silent. And as I say, I held his hand with one hand and I colored with the other. So again, you can flip and touch, and that's what I did. I flipped and touched. So I know this system works when you're really, really stressed. And I love to mix colors. I love to get other things out. But if you are doing this for therapy, this is the best way. This is the simplest way. And you don't have to make a book like this. You can scratch color in a little sketchbook, as long as it's good quality paperwork. If you want to reuse it, see, this is, look at the phone we used to have years ago. This is a really good sketchbook. Again, I've used this scratching just a few colors, and if you use it that way, you can mix colors and make thousands of others if you want to. But the best one is the extra wet strength, because you can re-rub it and re-wet it once it's dried, and then you can, once it's very dry, you can color the cover over the top and revamp it and put more color on when you've used it. So the little book will never need making again. And this is why you've got to put them in the right order that you want. You've got to get the right things in there, because this book, the other one lasted me about 5 years. This one should last me about 10 years. I might have to re-scratch color and replace some of these, because again, I've had these. This is the original squares, and if you see, some of them have nearly gone. But I've had this, I made this book probably 5 years ago, maybe 6. So I've had it a long time, and I've done a lot of color pages with these Peerless watercolors. Every page I've done, which is probably about 10 or 12, I've done from here. so they last. The peerless are very good. Individual squares can be replaced. Some colors you use more than others. I've replaced the tea rose red, because that's, if you look, I had a little square, because the tea rose red is the red that I use to color. And you can color with one color and make thousands of other colors. I will get that. I'll just get that little book and I'll put the kettle on, because I've got a little machine that if you press a button, it will allow you. And I've nearly finished that one as well. My throat's getting a bit croaky, guys. So I'm just going to put the kettle on. Well, I'm not going to put a kettle on. I'm going to put the cup underneath and put some coffee in it, and it makes a cup. And I ask legs are a bit stiff today. I ask everybody to use these, because you're not wasting water. You're not boiling in a kettle and wasting water. The only thing is, I've got horrible milk, but it's nearly all gone now, so I'll have to have black coffee soon. And I've only got one. I've only got one. Stock cube left. So when I make my rice, my risotto, it's going to be there's going to be nothing in it. I want to fill the water jug up as well. I've got to keep drinking again. I must keep drinking. We've got a beautiful sunny day. Now, I have a machine that takes a litre of water. I think it's a litre. And it really lasts me all day. But I bought this one for my mum-in-law, because she's nearly blind and she couldn't open the kettle. And I thought that would be brilliant. And then she broke her hip and ended up in a home, and never used it. So it's come back to me because nobody else wanted it. But a word of warning, it's really horrible. My other one is almost silent. This one is a bit scary when it goes off. So my soya milk, I've nearly gone off my soya milk. I haven't got any more. I'm not going to ask the girls to go shopping. I'll just have black coffee and black tea. Oh gosh, that's good. So if you bear with me a minute, guys, I shall get the said thing. I know I'm banging on about this, but it really does work. I've probably done a lot more pages than that in the peerless, actually. Just a few colour books. So when my hubby, we had this thing about the stroke, and nobody believed me. I took him to casualty, took him to the doctors, and nobody said he was fine. And eventually, after about 6 hours, we went to the doctors, and he was seen. But I went to A&E in Selby, and I said, look, my husband, there's something wrong with my husband. And he was seen by 2 doctors, two nurses, and a couple of receptionists, and they all said there was nothing wrong. But it was like he was an alien. It was like he wasn't Nigel. He was shouting, and my husband never shouts. He was going red in the face, smacking his head, saying that he was going to be late. And this was 8:30 in the morning, and his appointment was 3:30. So it was getting a bit drastic. So I took him to A&E. We got him there by pretense. I texted my daughter and said, because I was driving, and I said, there's something wrong with him. We need to pretend that we're going for me, but I want you to get the doctors to come and see him. So we did that. They said there was nothing they could do. He's still carrying on that he was going to be late for his appointment. His appointment was 11 o'clock. So we went to sit straight away at the doctor's. So we sat for 2.5 hours outside the doctor's. And the appointment, she was half an hour late. So it was 11:30 when we got in there. He'd been driving, he was walking, he was talking, he was perfectly all right. There was nothing wrong with him. except for he was banging on about being late for this appointment, which was for about 4 hours away. Eventually we got in there, and the doctor still said there was nothing wrong with him. He walked, he put his hands on his nose, he held his hands out. She said, and I said to her, I said, look, there's something wrong with him. I said, ask him what day it is, what date it is. And he says, what year it is. He says, it's 1975. And she said, who's on the throne? He said, Henry VIII. So it was a bit traumatic. Then she realized, oh, sorry guys, that crept up on me. Hang on a second. Yeah. So then she said, it's the stroke. So the reason I tell this is you don't always get signs that there's something wrong. So I sat there and I painted this picture. I don't know why I'm teary, sorry guys. But I want to warn people that you don't always get the saggy face, you don't always get the thing you can't walk. There was nothing wrong with my husband's speech at all. He was just a bit odd, and it was a time frame, and that's all it was. He had a stroke. So this particular page is what I painted, and of course my favorite color is tea rose red. Oops. So I had my little book of colors here. I held his hand and I touched the color and then went dark. Then I went somewhere else. Then I went somewhere else. Then I came back. Then I went somewhere else. And I did that till it got very pale. And that's how I did this particular rose, is I just started dark and then went somewhere else. Then came back and got a bit lighter, a bit darker. And I just kind of did it in bits. And yet it looks like I did it I didn't do dark here, medium, light. I kind of went all over the place. And the same with the leaves. I got the color for the leaf, which was the leaf green, which is, it's still going, but it did all this page. Just pop that one back. So you can see that the grass green took a bit of a batting and touched the color and did dark. Then went somewhere else, then went somewhere else, then came back and did it light. And that's how it worked. And I did it one-handed, but it kept me very, very calm. And that's why I know it works. If I had to kind of get my pencils out and get my paintbrushes out and rattle with watercolors, it would not have been, well, one is I wouldn't have been allowed to, because we were on the stroke ward. So there was about 8 other people in there that had strokes. So it had to be silent, and it actually works. So I was just doing this and it kept my mind off what was happening around me. And so I know it works. And at the end of it, I still had a decent painting, a decent picture, even though I wasn't really concentrating on what I was doing. So I know that when we now got to stop in and we've got to behave ourselves and we've got to occupy our minds and keep calm, this system works. This touch and go system with this lovely little brush really works. And it happened to be my new book, so I thought, well, I'll get this new book and I'll do it. Sorry guys, the dog's gonna bark. So if we flip through, that looks like Hydrus. There are a lot of videos. That's ordinary watercolor. You see, I forget what I've done, so I can't finish the damn pages, so I'm going to have to watch my videos. That's Graffy Tint. Again, it wasn't one of my favorite pages because it's metal, but the Graffy Tint, and that was painted probably scratch, because I can see stronger colors. So you get the strong color and then you manipulate it in exactly the same way as you do the others. So I really like that page, and yet it wasn't one of my favorites before. That's Neo, and this is the one that I was doing this page, and you remember I was saying about washing your brush out. So I was doing these clouds and I had a lot of color on the paint, on the paintbrush. So I flipped over and carried on. So after I'd done a cloud, I flipped, did a tree, manipulated, because I scratched it all first. There is a couple of videos on this. Scratched first, then I manipulated it with a brush, had the colour on the brush, turned over and carried on. And so that colour there was the palette to do all these trees. And I had no idea what I wanted to do with these trees. And that colour inspired that colour, which I quite like. So again, sometimes you end up with a lot of colour on your brush, and rather than just wash it away, you can do this. That's with the gold and silver from the Neos. So the Neo Colour 2s have a gold and a silver. Not sure if they make it anymore. It's 449 gold and 49 silver. Sorry, 498 silver. And those two colours there, sorry, I've got a bit of sun now. I just have to go lock it out. The end one is a scratch of both colours. So I put gold down first and scratched silver over the top. So that gave me a third colour. Oh, sorry, guys. Sorry guys, sorry guys, my daughter just called. Is my little dumpling. Look at my little dumpling. That's my little girl. That's my little granddaughter. So she's getting on with the garden, so that's good. Sorry guys about that. Obviously I'm supposed to look after Felicity. I think this is Peerless, this one. I'm not sure. There is a video on this. Peerless, and that's pastel work. I know that one. So there's quite a lot. I think that's Graffy Tint as well. Yes, it is. That's Graffy Tint. So you can get the watercolor effect on the Graffy Tint. There should be a video on that one. I think that's the one I did on the ferry though. And I think I've scratched color. It looks like I've scratched color because you can see it's just a bit stronger. So I've done this one twice. I bought it by mistake and then I bought it again. I think I've done this one in the Peerless. So let me see if I can find Phantomorphia. When these came down in price, I bought them again. I love this one. This is Dirt Watercolor Pencil, and this is out of my little book of watercolors. That's Neocolor 2s, but doing a grunge. So complementary colors, mixing one with the other. I started this one and then I haven't finished it, so that's one to finish that with the grunge method. That was the first one with the 3 colors, cerulean blue, alizarin crimson, and lemon yellow. So there's only 3 colors there, and I made all these tertiary colors, and that's using the same palette. I think there was a bear. This one I think this one is, I'll tell you because I've written it down, Hydrus watercolors. That looks like Graffy Tint. I don't know what that one is. Again, sometimes this is one that I've scratched color. This is what I mean by scratching color and then manipulating it with a brush. There's some brown there where Kirby's put dark, and then I've manipulated it with a color. So that's all scratched, ready to manipulate with a brush, apart from the creatures. And that's how I do that one. This one is Hydrus as well. So I could do this one in Peerless, and then I can compare them. This is the grungy method, and this is what gave me the idea for the grunge. This is these are greys that I have made. So you can do the grunge, you can do the Derwent Graffy Tint if you don't have the pencils. I made all these colors with watercolor, just ordinary Winsor & Newton watercolor. This one is scratching purple. I got opposite colors. So I got green and red. I got a blue and a yellowy orange. And then I've scratched the color, and then I've wet one and manipulated it over with the other. And I never thought I'd like these 2 pages, but I do. And I do have the palette with those greys on it as well. That was the first attempt with professional watercolors. So the horse was Cotman watercolors, 3 tubes of Cotman watercolors. This is 6 tubes of professional watercolors. So I had alizarin crimson, French marine, cerulean blue, cadmium yellow, cadmium red, and lemon yellow. And I made they were professional colours, and that's what I made with those. So the different things you can do. Now, if you look at this one, that's the grunge method. Now, this one is a little bit shiny. If you can pick up the little sheen, that's Derwent watercolor italics. Now, it's the original set of italics. There's 12, I think, in the set, because they brought out new metallics, and they brought out some metallic paints, and I think I might have to be naughty. They brought out a set that looks like this, and then metallics. So I think I may have to break my I might have to buy those, but this is just, and be careful when you buy them now, because I don't know if they do the water based. I know their new metallics are not water based, so you can't get that effect with them. Again, scratch the color. I don't think I've wet that, so that's scratched and that's been wet, so where it's shiny. But I do love the colors. That was the same one as the professional one with the hair. This was Derwent watercolor ink tense pencils, scratching a little bit, scratching color, and then manipulating them with a brush. And this is Derwent watercolor pencil. And as you can see, they are slightly stronger, but you still get some lovely vivid colors with the Derwent watercolor pencil, and that's why I bang on about them. If I could only have one thing, it would be the Derwent watercolor pencils, because they can do lots of things that an ordinary watercolor can't. Because I mixed 13 colors here, and I mixed them together, and I didn't get mud, and you can't do that when you're mixing colors. This looks like Neocolor 2s, but I've scratched the color and manipulated it. But I've been terrible for starting something and then not knowing what I did, so I think I might have to go back. That might be Derwent watercolor pencil. Have I written that on there? No, Neocolor 2s I've written there, but they don't look like Neocolor 2s. This is definitely, oh sorry, that's Neocolor 2s. You can tell with the colors. So definitely need to get my act together and finish these pages. So I might have to, we might have to have a Kirby week. I think we might have to have a Kirby. This is a new one. As I say, when I saw them in the works for a £5, then I bought them. I made a mistake and bought this one twice, which was a big mistake. I think I bought it, yes, I bought it twice, this one. And then I bought this one twice, Phantomorphia. So this one, I think that's Derwent watercolor pencils, and this one is Peerless. And so Peerless were used from those squares that are in that book. I think there's a video on that one, and I think there's a video on that one as well. That looks like Derwent watercolor pencils, I think. There aren't many pages I've done in this one. I started the peacock. I'm pretty sure that's Hydrus. Pretty sure that's Hydrus. Chameleon markers, because of course these are one-sided, these Kirby's. So that was chameleon pens, which I use them as a marker, not light and dark. And this one looks like Hydrus or Peerless. I think this is Peerless, this one. There is a video on it. I think this is Peerless. Again, I think that's when I was using those. Yeah, they look very inky. They look very inky, those. I must learn to write notes of what they are, then I know. This one looks like Neo, because I can see the marks I've made. There is a video on this one though. I hadn't realised that the automatic focus isn't on. Yeah, I think we may have to have a Kirby day. Because I think most people have got most of them. We'll have a Kirby day. I'm just going to put that there and it's not going to tip up. Just put that there for a minute. So the Graphy Tint one, I think that's peerless, that one. That's the Graphy Tint and that's the scratch system. So using the pencil, scratching it and then manipulating it with a brush. And again, I really like that. And what I did with this particular book is I traced certain aspects of the page and then reversed them and filled them out because I don't do backgrounds. So there's another couple in here. That one would take me hours. It's pastel. That looks like peerless as well. I'm pretty sure that one is hydrous because it's stronger. That's Inktense, I think. I think that one's Inktense as well. That was my first attempt at Derwent watercolor pencils, but just scratching them. So not only are they a watercolor, but they are a pencil as well. So again, that's my first attempt. I used them a couple of times, but my hands hurt. Did a couple of Christmas ones. So they will work as a pencil as well. So again, the Derwent watercolor pencils are pretty neat, I have to say. Again, I'd rearrange some of the curls and trace them and then put stickles in the middle of this one. That looks like hydrous or peerless, probably peerless, because they're very, very strong and they're very, very similar. That was my first attempt at doing background, and my curls are completely off Joanna's. So in the middle, that's the middle bit, and I've done the outside bit, and my curls are hideous. And that's when I decided to trace, because I cannot draw like Joanna. One is she's right-handed, I'm left-handed. So our swirls will never be the same. So that's why I decided that I needed to trace. And so I traced, but there is a video on that. So I traced extra things, extra ones, and then I put stickles on them. So it's a bit shiny, that one. Stickles. And I practiced quite a lot on the baubles because there's a lot of practice pages. So, and then I found it in a shop for £1. So I bought it again. I don't know if I've done anything in it. Oh, I have. Again, that looks like Neo with a scratch. I started that, but it was really hard for my hands, so I remembered that I didn't carry on with it. That looks like peerless. That's peerless because I can tell with that red, that's the blood red color. So I know that's peerless. And again, you can see very strong, and then you get a flattish color. So you can get some beautiful effects with the peerless. So they have been used quite a few times, and most of them are all right. There's just a couple that aren't. So again, always practice with the first one. Haven't done very much in this book. Just use it as a practice. They must be ordinary watercolors because it's a dead flat color. I don't have a watercolor effect. And that's what I get with that particular thing. Again, that could be peerless because when it's touched the paint, it's so strong, so you can tell. Really must go through my I think that's when I had a blob. Oh, when I said I had a blobby, when I was using the Graphy Tint, the graphic liner pens. These again are my blobs of mistakes. So that's what I used. When I had a blob, I coloured this in. This is pencil, I think, and I love doing it, but again, it's blending. They're doing watercolor pencils, so I've got some beautiful watercolor effects. There is a video on this one, but sometimes I have to stop because the hands hurt. So again, this particular way of working is very, very quick. I use this more of a practice. And this is the Derwent Inktense pencil with the same kind of scratch 3 colors and then blend. So I've neglected a lot of my books, guys. I don't know if I've got enough color books to last me a few months. Just gonna drink my coffee, guys. Anybody got any questions? So again, all I need to do is to do that. And if you've got a bag big enough to put your sketchbook in, that will fit in as well. So I have got that bit of scratch, but I shall do that last. So I've got about 8 doors to go. I've got 2, 4, 6. That I'll have to do that one. I think I'll leave that one because I'll forget what I've done. So I've done this one. I've got this one. I'm working in the graphic tint, which should be at the end of the Neos. And again, that's kind of a warmish color. So we want, there's ivy slate. I think we'll have juniper. No, juniper wants to be on a door rather than a brown. I'm trying to keep it a little bit that the wood ones would be a wood color. But I suppose in this fantasy book, it doesn't really matter. It's personal preference. I think it's because I'm restricted to 24 colors that I've told myself in my head that really I need the browns to do the wood. So I can have certain colors to do the outside. So again, we can go to 3 different layers with that one touch. And that, just the middle bit, we can just touch there. There we go. There's some feet sticking out there. Now I don't have a color for flesh, but I think this is about the fleshiest color I've got, which is a very, very pale russet there. So we need a kind of a, there's a grey green. Again, we've got another sage color, so I think I'm going to get sage down there. I'm quite pleased my cough's gone. And that'll be very pale, but it'll just take the, and then we need a wood color really. So we need a cocoa color for this door. So again, we can start to kind of put the dark in. So I made porridge again for Nigel and I this morning in my little, I'm going to call it my fake Instapot, because I think it's, but it was only about, I don't even think it was £20. I think it was reduced to 15. I think they've got 25, but you can cook all sorts in it, and you can fry your onions off if you need to start a stew on, so that would be quite good. So again, just squeeze a little bit. We don't want to squeeze too much, just squeeze a little bit, and then pop that on there. And then we just need to wait for that water to come, and it will do. And then we can kind of, you see, I rubbed a bit too much then, and I'm pretty sure that this paper is not extra wet strength. I think I dropped a boo-boo when I did this one, so I may have to revamp this one to extra wet. You probably, if you were going to do quite a few pages, you probably will go through a £1.99 book. I bought the A4 size and then cut them up because they're about £1.99. The A5 size is £99, and I think you get a little one for a bit less. So they do go an awfully long way. I think I'm just going to shut this window down. Guys, just give me a second. Oops, I'm now covered in... I've just swizzled the other way. That's, oh, I was hoping to get my chair moved quick. I've got the silly chair that makes a lot of noise. That's better. Oh no, all right, just panic, Captain Monroe. So I put in the sun this morning the things I did yesterday. So they may be still tacky. Just have to move these books because they'll trip me up. Yeah. Right. Oh gosh, I'm going to have a lunch now. Have a lunch. I've got too many boards and things kicking about. Right. Oh dear. I just wonder what that was. That's my picture of Alfie that I did, the first one. The really rough one. That's our Alf Master. So you can tell the really pigmented ones because that one's dried and they're dry, but anything with red in it is a bit tacky. And the red blues, you see, they've got red in it because that you make these by putting red to cerulean blue. We can make all these with one blue. There's a video that says about 600 colors, so you can tell that that's really sticky and really tacky, the ones that have got red in it, because it's a red compound that is very strong. But they will dry, and even if they don't, I can build with some foam, sticky foam. I can make them behave themselves. Oops, when they're in there. So I can build, if I put them at the middle here, I'll put them at the end, I can build a bit of a foam frame for them so that when the plastic stops, it's not going to touch the paint. So we've got that. Let's have a russet. Again, this brush, you put it down and then you pick it up and you start. It's a bit strong, it's not really, but even though these are muted colors, they are really nice. They're kind of it's only when you finish the page that, oh, come on, brush. There yourself, brush. So thanks for stopping in. I hope everybody's colouring and keeping calm. You've got lots of colour books and lots of pages, and I think I'm going to have to start a colour when I'm not. I only ever colour when I'm on the camera, when I'm videoing, and I think I might just have to, because everybody's seen most of the techniques I do anyway, so there's nothing new to see. So it's a case of just catch up. Yeah, just picked up a little bit of rubbing on here, whereas the other ones it can rub and rub and rub and it doesn't affect it. So I've got a sneaky suspicion that this is not extra wet strength sketchbook paper, whereas this one is. This here can rub and rub and rub and nothing happens. Looks exactly the same, but it hasn't been sized. It just doesn't give that. So I've got another little one down here. That's probably better because of the light. It's easy to see, perhaps, than when the light's on it. They do look a bit shiny, and you can see where I've been now. So there's a slate green, which I think I'm going to put on this one here. Again, we're just picking up just enough. And then if we go back in this middle bit here, we're picking up the least amount, one of these doors here. And I think I'm going to do this one as well, because then we've got that they look like windows, so I need to do I think I'm going to do an indigo color here. So now I did have a look on the website, and Derwent have brought out some other watercolor brushes that have got like a squeezy thing on them, but I haven't tried them. But again, I think I might just have to have a go with those to kind of see if it's any better. But I still like this number one brush because it's really, really nice just to give a little bit of color. And then if I make a flat wedge and turning it on its end, I can go between these really fine lines with some paint. And then that one's done then. I'm going to leave that one because it goes over and I'll forget how I did it. I've got this one to do, which I think will be slate blue. Steel blue, sorry, steel blue. So I don't know if we can still get hold of these pencils. I hope we can, because otherwise I don't like making a video with things that people can't get hold of. Yeah, the more I'm looking at it, the more I think I've dropped a clanger with this paper. So this is the difference between extra wet strength and not. You're going to get bits. It still works, it's just not quite as good. So I'm going to do cocoa for this one. Getting my 2 bits now. So you can make these colours. I would think I might have a play. I think you would take your colour and add a water-based graphite pencil. That might work. And the other way to do it is to grunge them up. Oh dear, I'm having a bit of a woof. So I do miss the dogs because I'm upstairs all the time now. So this one looks like it's more metal, so I think I'm going to use cool grey. Again, I've got to be a little bit careful. Oh, the little dog's still barking downstairs. She's still frightened of a lot of things. But I was telling hubby to tell the girls that, you know, we've got half-acre field. We do not need to go to a park with the dogs. They can go down the garden for the time being. So I finished that page. I've got the edge to do. I've done half of it, so I've got the edge to do. So as I say, I cheated a little bit because that would be, if I obviously just had that, then I'd have to use it. But because I've got the pencil handy, I can just use the paper palette. And this is the extra wet strength, this one. This is Sea White of Brighton, extra wet strength. And I can scrub and scrub and scrub. And it's not going to affect it whatsoever. So I may have to remake that. But if I remake it anyway, I'm going to give some to my daughters, to give them to the girls, so they've got like a watercolor book. And then they're not pinching mine all the time, because at the moment she likes my Inktense blocks. Whereas I think oops, I've gone over there, but never mind. Oopsie doopsie, somebody loves me. I have to hold that one down a bit. And then hopefully that's going to be blended into that side. And then that's blended into that side. So be guided by the dark shadows if you're using one of these books, because the grayscale is there to help. So I just want to finish this page and see all the framework all done. So these aren't too bigger spaces. They're long, but they're not too bigger spaces, so we can I'm going to start at one side and go across, and I've used all this square up. Now I couldn't scratch on there because I would wreck the page, but if I left that to dry, I could, for a couple of days, then I could come back to it and scratch over the top. But what I'm going to have to do is scratch next to it. So to make a square, scratch one way, scratch the other way. Oh, and then scratch the other way. So the best thing to do if you've got poorly hands is to get your children to do it, or your husband. Haven't quite set Nigel on, but I'm sure I will do. So again, you can just keep going. And keep within the lines, but we can little dark areas underneath, and then it's going to frame each particular door, and it should look okay. Then it should look quite nice. Whoops. So I'll look into how to make the grungy colours. Goodness me, there's a lot of banging going on downstairs. If with a bit of luck you can blend about the same tone as the one going the other way, so we can start fairly dark and then come back down and then start fairly dark. Just so I do like this colour actually. This is the cool brown. This is the colour that I thought would work quite well. Oh, thank you, Pamela. Thank you guys for popping in. The internet does drop a bit, so I was hoping to leave it open, but I'm not sure if it's going to work because the company haven't got back to me. They've ignored me. So this, oh, you get a ticket, is a load of gunk. And I finally got through to Sainsbury's after 2 days trying to say that they're not taking, and I listened to the 10-minute message, and it says, oh, if you still want to speak to somebody, hold on. So I did, and then in the end it says, oh, we're not taking any calls at the moment. So I can't get a delivery. And I don't really want to send hubby because although he's not 70, I don't really want to send him because he's 68 and he's not fit. He's not fit. He's not a fit guy, so it would be a bit too risky for him. So I'm going to scratch another bit of colour. So I was hoping to get some shopping delivered, but obviously not. So again, scratch one way, and then by the time you've done it 3 times, you see a little bit of dust and you can't see any page, and that's how you know that page is saturated. And you can't see anymore because that's how you know. So it's just nice to add a little bit of a tonal value. That's all we're doing really, because the grayscale's been done for us. So I haven't done any metalwork. I haven't done any windows. I think I might use a different, because I don't have a yellow. I think I'm going to use my the gold from the Derwent watercolor pencils, because I use that in the mall and I think it'll make them just pop. I think I've finished that page. So that's what it looks like so far. I've got to leave that, lift the light up, that might be okay. So there's some colour in there. There is some colour in there. Oh, thank you, Pamela. Thank you. So I think I might be tempted, because we really don't have, I've got ivy. I've got ivy, which is the lightest colour, and I'm not sure that's going to be light enough. So the one I normally use is number 3, which is gold from the Derwent watercolors. And I think if I water it down, I think it will work quite well. So just a little bit of this. And of course, that's the beauty of this little book. I can just pick out a little bit of gold. The cafe, I don't know what to do with the cafe. I think I might do that, the ivy green, because I think I kind of like that. Do that one. And we'll do that. I think we'll have a bit of steel blue. I think we'll have to have curtains as well, and maybe a little bit of don't think there are any more. I just have a tiny bit of yellow. I've got just the tops of the plinths that I left, and I think I'm going to do those a simple brown. I think. And I've got all the nuts and bolts to do, but there aren't many. So what else was I doing? Some steps somewhere else, I remember. There. Got a bit of brown on this, can brown that dog. So now I want a nice dark, there's a midnight black. So I'm going to use the midnight black for all the metal work, all the hinges, all the hooks. All the little metal hinges as well, they want to be dark. I think I'm going to leave the cat. Now this one's going to be, you could have probably left this one because it did have a lovely highlight of its own, but I'll just put that round there, and oops, this one as well. And I am going over a little bit, but you can't tell very much, so that's quite nice. Now this, I've done that one, and I think I might want to have it a bit darker, but we'll see. Put that letterbox in. Some of them I quite like, and some of them I want to darken, so you can pick and choose how you do it. I think I've got most of the little things now, just the little doorknobs. I don't know if I've coloured that one. I've done that one. I'm not sure if I've done that one, but I think I might just leave it. So there's nothing else I really want to do to this, I don't think. No, I like that to be light. That's nice. And look at that one. That's a little doorknob. I haven't done that one. I think you can tell if you don't get rid of that stark white that there is just a bit of, there is a bit of something there. So I've been over that one a bit. So it's taken yeah, about 2.5 hours. So it's a little bit quicker to work because the grayscale's been done, whereas something like this, it might be a bit different. But I can remember that I've done that in Graphitint, so I need to work on this one off camera so I can get through a book, and perhaps I might finish a book. Hi Kenny, anybody else I've missed? Thank you for stopping by. My coffee's gone cold. My daughter's bought me a nice little gold, big, huge mug for Mother's Day. Have to put that there a minute, I think. The other thing about colouring is you sit in a certain position, so you've got to keep fidgeting. And I keep telling everybody you've got to be comfortable, and I've just sat in a funny position. You have to be comfortable, and then you can do that all day. So I've got a little bit of a crinkle, but definitely not gone through, and I've worked quite wet. So I'll revamp this. I might actually remake this one because I've got a funny feeling it's not extra wet, because it wouldn't. I've got a little bit of a buckle there, and when you look at these, there's nothing. So I may have made a boo-boo. And you can make it with the ordinary sketchbook paper, but it won't last as long. Oh gosh, that seat drives me nuts. But it won't last as long. But yeah, I kind of like that because I hadn't decided what I wanted to do. And I kind of like that. It was always going to be a darker colour. What I could work on now is the same page. I think that's Graffy Tint. Have a look at my colours. So if you look at Graffy Tint, we want the turquoisey blue colour. And I think it's either mallard or teal. Then we can look at the brown. We look at the browns. And I've put that one in upside down. So I have to take that out. So we're looking here, almost, this amber. I think that's amber. So I'm pretty sure this is Graffy Tint. So we look at the red one. Wait a minute. Have I put them in upside down? Yes, I have. I've put all these. No, I put that one upside down. Oh, that one. Oh, that one. I've just the last two I've put upside down. It's not a problem. I can just pull it out like that, and it won't be as sticky. But when it's stuck onto sellotape, it gets very sticky. So we can pull that off and try and catch it before it curls, which we didn't. Yes, we got it. So that's the right way around. That's the right way around. So 230. Oh gosh, they go up in a bigger thing, don't they? I'm careful, I'm not going to take the colour off. So we want that one in. I stuck them together wrong, that's why. I have to do this because otherwise it would drive me insane. Right, if I can't get that one off, can I get that one off? Again, I really didn't want oh, come on. And the one that's not wrong. That's the one that's tearing. Oh, put a hole in that one. I may have to remake that one. No, it is the right way. Oh, for goodness sake, Heather. So You put that there. And then pull it back that way. Stick it down that way. Come on. Don't be daft. It is a bit fiddly getting the extra leaves in, so it's a lot easier to do it the original way and just have the same amount. There we go. Yeah, the right way now. That's the right way now. So we've got plastic, thingy, and plastic. So I'm going to have to be careful when I scratch that one. So I'm pretty sure this is Graffy Tint. So this one is the mustard, and that one looks like it's an earthy tone, that one. So I'll use a piece of paper. And to put and I'll put watercolor travel book, because I don't think I've scratched colour first. I think I've used it from the book, and you can tell because they're not as strong. So you can tell they're not as strong. So so the other thing you could do is start colouring in with these particular ones now. So we've got tan, which we can put on this particular one here. And then we can do stronger colours because they're quite strong. And again, you're using the exact same method, but now you notice the colours are stronger. Exact same method, but they are stronger, these colours. So that's quite nice because, again, it's the touch and go system. But the different, it just makes that you can colour your book completely differently just by using something else. I've got a little bit of colour on here, so I could just go over that. And I've used the colour up, so now the brush is almost clean. And again, that's something that I really love doing, that I have to say. I love using every scrap of colour. And when you use this watercolour brush, you know that you've used all of it, because you can't mix a lot of colours with it because it goes at the tube and it messes it up. So this system works really well. And we have got some darker colours, but this is Lagoon, which I really like this colour. So, oops, did I say Lagoon? Yep. So I think I messed up and picked up a bit of something else there, but completely different, same technique, but quite stronger colours. And the Inktense can go a lot stronger than this. This is not their full strength. But again, I love the fact that we're down here rather than up here with colour. So you can do some really nice subtle colours. So again, we've got this colour going down here. And because it's a stronger colour, it's taking you all the way to the bottom without disappearing. Again, all the colour's gone, so I don't want to be too strong up here, but I can be a bit stronger than that. And then go in that area where and if you feel that you could have possibly gone darker inside, leave it until you've finished, then go back over it again. Can't really go back over it now because it's too wet, but to create a bit of shadow in these recesses, we could go back in there, but not yet because it's still a bit wet. So we could have a teal door next. So again, and then if we just manipulate that colour, it will be naturally lighter. So we could have iron green here because it's quite a dark colour, that, isn't it? Now I've got a little bit of colour there, so I'm just going to treat this door with the same. Of course, we've got some beautiful oranges as well. Do we want to be quite in your face? I think it could be. I've got a little bit of colour left off that one. It's a bit stronger now, picking up a bit stronger colour now. Again, shouldn't really go over it really because we've done it once, but just get away with it. So pick some colour up and then smoosh that across and across and then down, and then pick up a little bit more colour, smush it down. And I've got a purple one here, so again, oops. So same technique, just different colours. So you can do this if you want some paler colours, if you want some darker colours. I think it works on both levels. I like both. Go in the middle here where it's palest, because we want to kind of bring that out. And then I think we'll put some pink curtains in. missed the middle strand. So we can go to our brown section and pick out this door, which I think this one's called bronze. And as long as we start where it's the darkest, we're going to keep that already drawn highlight. So I hope you can see same technique, but you can use what you've got and still end up with a lovely painting. You don't have to go out and buy anything in particular. I'm going to do this one. So we've got some really nice darks here. We've got some that's called dark chocolate. That looks really nice, does that one? Anything that's to do with food, especially chocolate, it's got to be a nice color. So we've got some quite nice colours in there. I need a brick red. So let's have a look what we've got. We've got burnt orange. I think that might be a nice colour. And there's no reason why we can't can I go over that with another colour? I think these could be blinds, these. So I think we might have a yellow colour. Now I am going from very dark to a light colour, so I'm just going to kind of move my brush about, and I've got a little bit of colour there. I think sienna gold. I think we'll have sienna gold. Now it looks a little bit green and a bit grungy because it's on a black background, and that basically means you are mixing it with a graphic pen or pencil, so it's not going to look the brightest colour. I think we'll use a little bit of this cadmium yellow for the cafe and the curtains. I'm not running out of water. And I need a lot of colour so that I can keep a consistency going. And then I think we had a window here, didn't we? So I think we'll pick up a little bit more colour there. So it's completely different. Sorry guys, I'm trying to move. Oh dear. It's completely different to that one. I thought I had another little kind of an opening with light, but perhaps not. Oh, this one here. Yeah, that one here. That. So we had the burnt orange for the brick red, didn't we? So we put that over there. That didn't sound very helpful. And I think we'll put a little bit of this colour over the top to kind of tone down that pink. Just a little bit. Again, you've got to be careful going over it twice because you get a little bit of a bump. So we've got the cafe sign, possibly. That's done, and then we want a door, so I think we probably have to have the same colour door, which is extremely strong, that one. But the more we use it, the more it pales down. There's a little tiny door there, so I think we could possibly have purple. I mean, there's 72 colours now. We've gone from 24 to 72, so we definitely do not need to kind of hide to make that a bit stronger, so that when I do go there, this is going to be paler, so that's going to look like a recess automatically. I just put that colour over there so we can have I was going to put bright yellow doors, but I might have to do a bright yellow door down here because we seem to have got a bit too much yellow up there, so we'll put that there. This is sun yellow, Inktense pencil. So now we need to go across the top, and then we can move down here. And remember, when Inktense pencil is dried, you can't move it. It's dried, so you've got to be fairly quick. And again, I should have maybe let that dry before I went over it again, but that's it. So we'll have a fairly grey or leaf green, but it's quite a dark colour, is this? Just again, that was working quite wet. Not my favourite. This is a fairly dark colour as well, this one, but I think it will be quite nice on here. I think that's burnt carmine, that one, actually. No, this is quite as purpley as that, but it will do. It's fine. And then we can just colour that in a little bit. So where are we now? We are to the bookcase. So we've got an earthy colour here. It's orange earth. This is olive. So of course, really nice book. Really nice book colours. You need to just squeeze out that little bit of water. We do have quite a lot of brighter colours. Just have to do that at the tops. vermilion, mid vermilion. That's another nice one as well. So I'll just dusky purple probably is another nice dark colour. So they are dark, but they're not as dark as the grungy ones. What green we've got there? We've got a kind of a red. So let's have the Shiraz. I could possibly have a bit of Shiraz in there. Just one more. I think that's all for the books. So I've done the books. I've got a little bit of purpley red on here. So what should we do? Shall we do? Give him his suit and trousers. Oh, thank you, Pamela. Thank you. Sorry, you get totally engrossed in what you're doing, just flipping about. And again, I'm just flipping for this particular page. In 12 pages, we've got the yellows, the reds. We've got I put that one in the wrong way around. Oh, I don't know what I was thinking. Oh my goodness me! I put them all in the wrong way round. Dippy. So it must be like that. So I need to take that off there and then put that on there. I was doing this while I was watching TV. I don't know why I've made so many boo-boos, but I did. So we want, or I want the reds and the pinky reds and the purples and the orange reds and reds. So now I need to squeeze that back a little bit, but not too much, but a bit. And then stick some double-sided tape in there. I'm using invisible sellotape. It's not easy, this bit, I have to warn you. It's faffy. But if you get it right, it's really worth it. But you've got to, you're working with sellotape and plastic. So you've got to just kind of see where you are with it. And if you get them both together, they're not going to stick. You've got to get half the sellotape on the thing and half on the floor and then on the plastic and then the other half. It's fiddly, I'll tell you. But as I say, once you've got it right, cut these bits off so they look neat. That's better. Now this double-sided, this invisible sellotape, beg your pardon, this invisible sellotape is probably better behaved than most. So when we put that back there, this is where we want it to stick. again. I've done it again. I've pulled it. So there we go. So we've got yellows, reds, pinky reds, purples, blues, greens, grey greens and browns, darks and darks. And that's how you want it to be, really. I should turn that one off. You won't see the glare then. It's probably better. If that's okay, guys, because it's a bit... The sun's gone down now, though, so it is a lot darker now. So we've got go for tangerine. We'll have a tangerine one. So again, an odd bit of bright. Again, if you do this with peerless, oh, it's a tangerine, didn't I? Your colours will be even brighter. And then take that down there. And then there's a burnt orange. I think I might fancy a dark. So it's just nice to just pick off certain colours that you want. I haven't decided what colour to do the entire the wood frames yet. I haven't quite decided yet. So they could be a light oak or they could be dark. I've got a little bit of colour on here, so I'm just going to go over that. Orange earth, I think it's quite nice. I don't think I've gone too mad with the colours. I think I've been kind of... I've not gone for the teals or right colours, so I might have to brighten it up a little bit, I think. And then need to find that flat edge to draw down that fine bit there. I quite like this, and again I'm just flicking and doing. I haven't done that one, I've missed that one, so we'll have a... I haven't got a blue door yet, so we'll have a blue door. Oh, I better put that light back on, guys, because you won't be able to see. I'll be in a shadow, and that probably would be worst. So this is bright blue. So I don't know what little jobs you're getting done. I hope he's been in the attic and he's going through all the photographs. So I think we'll be filling photo albums up. So And remember, you can't get such a bright colour really unless it's a bright dog, because it's a grayscale. So you need to put your brights where there's not a lot of shadow. This particular one here, it's got quite a lot of grey on it, so it's never going to be bright, purely because it's got all that grey on it. Whereas this one would be lighter and this one would be lighter, so you can get a big bright colour. Has anybody got any questions? Oh, hi Sarah, welcome to Bunny Designs. Oh, thank you. It's very, very easy and it's very simple. And I think that's what we want. We want something that we can do without having to get a lot of things out and make a mess. And if you just make a little tiny book, they say these are £1.50. The little, and I think these paper chase ones, you can get them all over. I would encourage anybody to make this one, because the pages are already done for you. All you're doing is using photocopy paper and sliding them into where you would put a photograph. It's so much easy. Just that's all you have to do, and then that page is protected. And then if you slide another one in, that page is protected. So you're basically sliding a page in, and then on the flap there's the color. And I must admit, I did love my little book when I made it this size. And the paper chase ones, they're £1.50 from Paper Chase. And this big one is £3.50. But it's the photo album, and this holds 100 and that one holds 50 photographs. This one holds 100. But this one flaps this way, the other one flaps that way. So I like the other one better. This one was more difficult because I'm having to put the pages in, whereas that one I just had to put them on a flap and that would be good. So you've got to think about how easy it is to make. But I did want to try it in this big one. But I would normally say make it in that little one for £1.50, another £1.50 for this. Sorry, hubby just came in. The book, the colour book, is Colin Thompson watercolour book. So I was using the Graphy Tint. So if I put them side by side, you can see one's Graphy Tint and one's Inktense pencil, but it's the same technique. It's the touch and go technique. Thank you. I know it sounds like a little boy's having a wee behind me, but it isn't. It's my water jug. It's my water jug. So any good quality pencil. And the new thing was to start at the beginning and not skip pages, because a lot of my colour books I've been skipping pages and just doing the ones that I like. So I've decided that that's not going to happen. That was Derwent watercolour pencils, and this is ink tense. So again, I'm going to have to make myself a little label and then remind me what I did. I used to do it on here. So I'm going to have to do that again and say what I'm using, because I forget what I'm using. And then when I go back to the page, I can't colour it in because I don't know what I've done. Now, for some silly reason, that thing's come back on now. Automatic focus has come back on for some daft reason. I don't know why. No, that's not. I think my camera's moved a bit actually. So it's the touch and go system. So you could put the Derwent pencils, watercolor based. You could do the Inktense pencils, Neocolor 2s. You could use the Peerless. I've got Prismalo and Swiss Caran d'Ache water-based pencils, and I tested them first. I did lots and lots of squares. Lots of things didn't make it. Lots of things did. These were my Gansai Tambi watercolors, because again I can touch this blue, but I could use it with a Peerless red, and I can mix and match, and that's the beauty of it. I've got some colors, some watercolors. If I'd have spaced these out flatter or made fat cut puddles of water, then I wouldn't need to dry these out. I could just put them. But I think the reds are always going to be tacky because it's the pigment. These are professional watercolors, Winsor & Newton. Most of them are Winsor & Newton, and I need to build a little frame for them to sit in so that when the book shuts, but I've got so many vibrant colors there as well that they will be going in as well when they've dried out, and they will dry out. But some of them, I think the red, especially the pinky reds, will maybe be a year. Is that the color? Is that what you were asking about, the color book? That's the Colin Thompson color book. It's called Fantastique. But you can only get it, I think, at Ravensburger, and they're a jigsaw. So when you go on the site, there are jigsaws, and that's because this particular image was a jigsaw first. About 10 years ago, it was a jigsaw, and then my daughters bought me. I first saw it when my daughters bought me a laptop cover years ago. We used to put fancy laptop covers on our laptops. We don't tend to do that now, but we used to always do that years ago. And my daughters bought me this one, which is already coloured. It's all coloured. It's already coloured, is this one. And that's why I fell in love with it. But I've always loved books. I have a room full of books. My degree show was a painting full of books. Sorry, my art to get into uni, I did a 6 foot, 5 foot by 5 foot painting of a girl running out of a library. And there were thousands of books on that. So I do like my books. So this is right up my street. You're welcome. Has anybody else got any questions? So I'm putting this book together, and I'm hopefully going to get 1,000. This is the one that I did a while ago. Now, this one was always tacky, but I made this about maybe 4 or 5 years ago. So squidging out a little bit and flattening it out like this is probably better than leaving it like that. But this is a little tool that I was going to use, and I couldn't find it. And now I found it. I'll leave it down here. And now I've found it, so I thought, oh well, I could have used it. There's a little tool that, oh, this would have done as well. I've just found this one. So I could have flattened them down with this. I might try that actually, but I think some have dried now. Oops, see, I've just dropped one. If you start with the lightest colour, I'm not sure now. Yeah, that's hard. That's hard. That's hard. That's hard. It's when the reds go into them that they get soft. That's just as wet as it was when I put it out. That's carmine. That's just as wet. The Elysian Crimson is just as wet. That's not too bad. It's a bit tacky, but the more red So we should be all right, but I don't think that one will ever dry out. It's tacky. The dark reds, because it's pure pigment, it's the pigment. This one will be tacky. That's dried. These have dried. So we're not doing so bad, actually. If they're dry like this, I will just shut it, and it will stick to the plastic, but I'll just peel it back. And if it's got colour on the other side, it's not going to bother me, because when it shuts, it's not going to contaminate the other one. The colour is always going to be opposite, so that's fine. It's just that if you don't use your book for a while, they do tend to stick. Because I had the peerless like that. The peerless, not the peerless, beg your pardon, the hydrous. And the hydrous ones, all mine stuck. Now, these were left in the sun by mistake, and they've all dried up. And I'm mortified because they are really expensive. So I'm really upset about that. They left them in the sun when they brought my things upstairs. So I'm gutted that a lot of them have dried out. There's a few drops left. So I'm hoping, I've only got 18, I think. I've got 16. Thought I had 18, but I've got 16. Ah, there's my sponge. So I've got 16 of these. So I'm hoping to put the drops on something else as well, so we can get that sorted. So I can get those gorgeous bright colours in here as well. And it's purely so you don't have to mix. It's purely so you could just touch and go. So I'm going to put that at the back. So I haven't used the peerless on this particular page. Sometimes I do flick and use them. I'm just using the Derwent watercolor ink tense ones, which are here. But they're quite bright, so I do like them. I think we could have an orange here, maybe. And perhaps an orange there. Oops, it's a bit paler than I thought, that one, but never mind. Again, I was looking here rather than down here. That's a bit brighter. Again, can't really mess about too much. But because these are a bit stronger, you get a better chance of getting the dark to pale ratio. And then we could go that way and that way, and we've managed to get that quite pale by just moving about rather than going in one direction. So I've got a bit of a brown going on there. So we'll just do this one. But it is quite therapeutic. You just forget lots of things. You can do this while you're watching TV. It's not, because you're just picking a color and then going for it. So again, it's quite versatile. I've done this in the car, on the train, because it doesn't spill. There's nothing to spill. So it's really quite nice to use. Now I'm going to just do this one down here. Again, this is where you need to be a bit careful. We're not doing it slapdash. It appears we're doing it slapdash, but we're not. So we want a bit more of that colour. And then we can take that colour across, and it will be naturally paler. And we've not done very much to it. And there is another brown there. I have to do a different one. Here, we'll do this one. And these shapes are, you have to think in shapes when you're doing this watercolouring, you just think, pick off a small space and then use the dark to light. But as I say, this particular book, the darks have been done for you. So in theory, you could just go straight over it with a flat colour and you wouldn't, you still get a nice effect because it's already been done for you. And by going back to this bit and picking up that rather than here where it would be that, so that was perfect for that without having to do too much. So we've got this particular blue here. I can't really see how this one's working because it's drawn just a bit differently, this one. The birds are chirping because they're all fighting to get into the little hedge for bedtime. So it's every bird for himself in the hedge. It's quite funny to see. And you can just imagine them going, oi, shift up, shift up, shift up. I want to get in, shift up. You can just imagine these little birds going, oi, my bum's sticking out. I need to get in under the hedge. Budge up. And there's a lot of chirping if they don't budge up. The hedge must have hundreds of birds in, hundreds. I might try and video it one day. You see about 4 or 5 bobbing, and then there's another bobbing, and then another one bobs in there, and a bob in there, and then on top bobbing, and you just see these birds disappearing into this hedge, and it's like, hang on a minute, they've been going for 25 minutes constantly bobbing into this hedge. I mean, it is 3 foot wide and it's about 5-6 foot high. It's a privet hedge, so there's no prickles, but you can just imagine them going, oi, oi, go on, and then you chirp, 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 and then he disappears. So obviously he's saying shove up, and they must be the thing is, you can't go disturb them because it would be so cruel to go in and just take a photograph of them while they're doing it. But just to watch them for half an hour going in this hedge non-stop, hundreds and hundreds, then you get the ones that, oh man, I've left it too late now, go, can I get in, squidging, and they're kind of squidging at they're flying all the way around the hedge, on top, underneath, at the side, all the little branches, and then they're pushing the way in, and it's just so wonderful to see. I'll open the window and you can hear them, but it's obviously like saying, come on, shove up. If I open the window, it might frighten them because I'm right above them. If I do it gently, and this hedge is probably about 60 foot, and then I've got another one across, a yellow one. But there's still some in, and you can just imagine them shouting, oi, I'm not in yet. Bum's sticking out. And they all disappear. They all manage to disappear. But then you can see, like, it's like a full train. Hang on a minute, you're not going to get any more in here. And then they kind of go off and try somewhere else. But so I kind of have a bit of a hedge. So where the house is, so I've kind of got, so we just had the conservatory built here, and then there's a bit of a patio. So there's a yellow hedge here, and then our neighbours is here, and it's about 3 foot wide. And this one is probably about 2 foot wide, and they're both about 6 foot high. And it's a privet, and it stops about there where my husband's shed is. But you just see them bobbing on and disappearing in this hedge, and my bedroom window is here, so that's why you can hear them. And when we let our buddleias grow as trees, so they're very, very up. But it's just so fun to see these that just desperate to get in because the sun's going down. And it's quite funny that you can see that the early bird definitely gets the best spot in the middle. I do have some photographs somewhere, see if we dig them out. When we had the pond, all the fledglings came down, and there's nearly 50 all at once trying to have a wash, because they're just, I mean, I know they're sparrows, but they're still kind of cute. So that's what they're doing. They're chirping because they want to get under cover for bedtime. And my neighbor, his chickens go to sleep in his tree. And if you want to see big fat brown hens sitting in a tree, it's hilarious. All these chickens, they don't like the coop, they don't like going in there, they want to go to sleep in a big tree. And it's so funny to see them. Really is funny to see them. These huge fat hens, these massive fat hens just sitting precariously on this, and they kind of jump up. They jump up as well because a lot of them can't fly. They can just fly a little bit, but it's just funny to see them. The first time I nearly tiddled myself laughing. It was really funny to see these big fat hens sitting in a hedge. So I'll see if I can, because I did a count for the, I think we had to do a bird count of what birds you saw, and I couldn't count them. I could not count them. There was just so many. And I'm sure that when they got the numbers, they went, "Oh, this woman's off a rocker." I mean, I am off my rocker, but they're literally hundreds. And we don't feed them. Our bird feeders are nearly empty, but the neighbours feed them. And the reason for that is twofold. One is we have a cat that kills anything. She's the only one that goes out, and that's the really pretty toffee. The toffee cur, we call her Toffee because she looks like a chewed toffee. She's a tortoiseshell, and it's very rare she brings a sparrow, but she will kill blue tits and green goldfinches and green finches, and she's an absolute sausage. And she had the whole baby family of grouse, because we have grouse down our field. We have deer, and then when the deer have gone, the grouse come, because our grass, we leave it as a meadow, as a wild meadow, so the grass is very long, and of course the grouse love that. And she had every darn baby. So she's a rat bag. So we don't put food out because we don't want them to be in our garden, because she's a terror. So I think I've only got one to do. Oh, I think I've forgotten to do that one and that top one. So we want some, I think we'll have a blue garage door. I think a blue garage door. They're still fighting to get in that hedge. And I think I'm just going to have a stone. And then I've got this one to do. And this is going to be interesting, this one, because it's very dark. So I may as well not put a very dark one on it. I'll put a There's no point putting in yellow because it'll go green. But I think we could have a poppy red. We could have a poppy red. So the sun hasn't quite gone down yet. And they're still saying, shove up. There's room for a little one. I have to say we're really lucky because we've got the half-acre field. We can take the dogs for a walk. We can go sit. And the lady next door's got horses. So we can go sit. We've got half an acre to go play with. So we're very lucky. We don't have to stay inside. Now, I've been inside so far. And I was hoping to join the rest of the family, but my daughter's going back to work. She's just got a job in the care in the community, and so she will be going out. So I might have to stay upstairs out of the way. But it can be done. You can do it. I've got. Because she said, "Oh, why don't you tidy your bedroom up?" I said, "Well, at the moment, yes, I've got all the art stuff in my bedroom, but I've also got 2 cooking pots and a kettle, and enough food to last me a week up here. So it's not a normal type of bedroom situation. So the art things will stay up here because Felicity will come, and that's what I was doing it for, so that I could still do some artwork and have Felicity, because I can't have Felicity, my granddaughter, when with the dogs, because they're rescued from Romania and you've got to be really careful. So I can't risk it with her. So I'm normally confined to upstairs. So the idea was that Felicity could come here and then I could at least do some artwork and she would be sitting in her high chair. Well, we've packed the high chair up, and then last night it was quite sad. I haven't told my daughter yet. We've put all her baby clothes, because I've just bought baby clothes for her, so that when my daughter drops her off, she's not bringing a suitcase every time. So I'm not sure whether they'll fit her when she comes, because I think it's going to be a long haul. And we certainly will have enough time to finish all our colour books, girls. Guys, we've got to get our act together and use this time productively. We haven't got to think, oh dear, we're stuck. We've got to think, oh wow, I can do all my colour books. So that's the way to look at it, because then we'll get through this. And at the end of it, we'll have got an excuse to go buy some more paints and some more colour books, because we'll have finished our others. So that's how to look at it. When this is all finished, we can go out and treat ourselves to some new stuff, which has got to be good. It has to be good. And I feel a bit guilty, because I kept saying that, oh, I'd never have enough time to I'd never have enough time to colour all my colour books. Oopsie. I think I will. That's quite a nice colour, that. So again, it's taken about 3 hours to do. Well, actually, it's taken me less, because I've done 2 pages, done 2 of the same pages today. So probably 2.5 to 3 hours, which is quite nice, because it means you can do a good job. Need to put some more water in this brush in a second. Whereas if you had to pick your pencils up and put them back again and pick them out again and put them back again, drive me insane, that. And I can't use pencils anyway. I have a lot of trouble with pencils. The only pencils I do use are the I forgot what you call them now. I'm just going to put a bit of brown on that one. The ones that I do use are my beautiful oh goodness me, my beautiful Derwent light fast, but they're far too nice for a colour book. That was my first attempt, but I made a mistake. Oh, and I wondered why some wouldn't work. And the reason was I mixed some other colours with them, so they weren't blending as well. And that was, it was pastel paper, but then I bought some of the pastel matte, and when I used it with this one, they're really quite nice to know. And it was a beautiful present from Melody, dear Melody, our wonderful Melody. And so that was a second attempt, and this paper is for pastels, so it grabs the colour. So really you don't have to grip them hard, you can just stroke them across and it grabs the colour. They're really nice to use. They're really creamy, but you can't use them on a flat surface really, so that's why. And I wanted to do some other dogs, and I've lost all my photographs of all the dogs that I had, so I'm not happy. When my iPad went, I lost all my photographs. So oh dear. So Sarah says she's in her granddaughter's the same age, and they're in New Zealand, and that must be really bad. Yes, well, even though she's only a couple of 100 miles away, I can't go. And I don't think my daughter realizes when she said, "Oh, she's last night." She told Granny, Felicity, Mrs. Granny, and I gone, "Yeah, but she's going to miss me a bit more," because she was here for about a week, for quite a few days. So she got quite used to us. So it was a bit of a wrench. When she sees me, she cries. So it's a bit awful at the minute, but it's just something we've got to get on with. We've all got to knuckle down and get on with it, and the faster we get on with it, the faster it's going to go. And if people keep faffing and not doing as they're told, then it not only will not work, it'll be bad for all of us. So we've all got to knuckle down, and if we get through our colour books, I've missed one there, look, get through our colour books, I am sure we will be having a de-stress time. Now that is a little bit wet, but I need it a bit wet because I've got to get that colour across. And I've got that wretched, horrible corner there, crease, which is a pest. So if I ever get my colour book out, it'll be flat pages because they drive me nuts, these creases and corners that you can't get in. But we can FaceTime and we can chatter. So, and thank goodness that most of the internet's free, so that's good. I'm going to do that for a long time. Now I need a colour. When I bought this set long time ago, long time ago, violet, they put violet and it was the right number, but the strip of colour was wrong. And I never thought to complain, so I've never had violet. And I think I bought it in a shop on its own somewhere, so I think I do have it now. But this, I don't know what brown this one is, but whatever it is. And of course, when I was doing it, I just put it in there because it was in there. But I never thought to complain and say, hang on a minute, this brown, this this violet 840 is not brown. They've obviously put the wrong strip in the actual pencils, or they probably, no, they didn't do that. They probably named it wrong. That's what they did. So I've got some I've got the brown here, so I might as well use this one, that I can use it all up, and then I can send off for a violet. So I'm going to use this brown. It's not my normal color brown, but if I use all this up, I can again, if you use it very pale, you get some nice effects. So you need to go next door where it's dark for stronger colors, and then you want to come a bit in if you want other colors. But remember, when Inktense is dry, it's set. It's just like the blocks. You can't move it, so you can't mess about, and you don't really want a line. You've got to keep going. But this particular way of working, it dilutes the color anyway, so you're not using it where you're going to get a hard line. So I've got to go all the way around here. Make that quite nice. And then we really have to turn the page, because we've got to have a comfortable wrist action. Otherwise, one is our wrists will hurt, and the other one is we'll go over the line. So it's always easier to just push to that line. Just going through that like that. So thanks for joining me, guys. Hope everybody's colouring in, keeping calm and colouring. And if you do have a go at this, there are a couple of other videos. There's about 6 videos, I think, of me making this colour book. So there's a lot of info about how to revamp it, how to make the pages, how to colour the pages. So there are a lot. So I didn't really feel that. I think there's a playlist up there, and if you look for a playlist, travel watercolor book, that's where you'll find it. But it was a gentleman called, I can't think of his name, and he was a demonstrator for Rexel, which was the original company name of the Derwent company pencil, and then they went back to pencils then as well. I've just realised that I filled that one in, so because I filled that one in, I'm going to fill it back in with that colour because it wants to be gone. So there's a lot more colour on these than the Graphitint, because I was using a lot more colour. And it just really, oh gosh, come on, brush, sort yourself out. That's it. After a while it does go a little bit dry because we're not agitating it like it should be used, because we don't want it to be full of water. We want it to be barely damp. So there comes a time when it kind of really gets quite dry, and then when you squeeze it, you've got to be careful because then it becomes quite wet. So, and then it'll settle down and just give out what you activate. So it will do it eventually, but you just got to weather out this wet phase that it's doing now. Oh, somebody loves me. So it's just very gentle, taking each tiny shape at a time. Oh, come on, Mrs. So it's a good idea to start at the end, and then you can manipulate it back and get a nicer finish. This is the Derwent number 1. It's the only one that you can use in a colour book, because the other ones, 1 and 2, sorry, 2 and 3 are too wet. And I've tried so many others. The only ones I haven't tried is Derwent have some new ones on their website. But I've tried hundreds of different ones, from cheap ones to expensive ones, and none are like this number 1. This number 1 brush is brilliant. The only thing it will work even on photocopy paper if you're careful. The only thing it doesn't do is Bible journaling. It will go through, but it's too wet. But it will do most pages. And this has been, so it's taken quite a batting as this. So if you start dark at an end, by the time you got to the top, it's mixed in with the others. The only difference is that it doesn't work is when you're doing the end one like I'm doing now. So you can go that way, and then we can start here dark, and I should turn the page and then I won't go over the line, but I haven't done. And then if you keep going, you should meet in the middle. But if we go here, it's quite pale anyway. So go in the middle for pale, the outside for stronger. We've got this one here. think I'm going to put that one. So I've got an old cardigan on because I've just put my hand on the bit I've done, but it normally dries almost straight away, does this, so it's fine. And I think the only one I need to do now, I've got this one to do. So take that up there and it should match, and then take this one down there. And the last bit is, no, you're welcome, Sarah. That's what we're here for. That's what we're here for. Ask away. Is that horrible creased one under there? No. And I have remembered I haven't done that door, but I think I'm going to leave that one till I do the other side. So I've got a bit of a kink, but once I shut it, that's fine. So that's the Inktense pencils, but it's not directly coloured. It's using it from a paper palette, because if you use it from the pencil, or if you scratch colour on, it's going to be a lot stronger. But it's a very easy, simple way to work, is this watercolouring. So thanks for joining me, guys. Have a lovely afternoon. 100% cotton. What's 100% cotton? Yeah, sorry, Terry. So we all do our part. It will, yeah, it will heal quicker. 100% cotton. I don't know what's 100% cotton. This is the Derwent #1 brush. They're about £6 on their own, £8. But if you buy the set, I think it's 12 for the set of 3. Later on, when you do start to get watercolouring on watercolour paper, you've got the other 2 brushes to use this method, but you can use it on a watercolour brush. I do have, Tracy bought me that beautiful book, the watercolour book, and it's on watercolour paper, and that's a beautiful book. So I could use the other brush for that, but I like this simple system. I do like this simple system. So thanks for watching, guys. Have a wonderful afternoon, morning, evening, or afternoon, wherever you are. The birds are still getting there. See if I can get a photograph of them. It's still light. It's still light, just. No, you can't see them because they're in there, but they're chirping away. They've all gone in. The sun's almost gone. There's no birdies out, but they're all in the hedge having a bit of a natter. So they're having a twitter. They're all having a twitter. So thanks, guys. Enjoy the rest of your day. I'll try and pop on tomorrow. I'll see what other colour book. I think I've got to work through my my Kirby Roseanne books because I've got quite a few of those. So have a wonderful afternoon, and I'll see you again hopefully tomorrow. Drinking my cold coffee.